Hello, this is the president. Hello, this is the president of the United States. Who is this? Is it you again?
Look behind you.
This is my private line. How did you get through?
They're everywhere. All the time. We see them every day. But you have to look behind you.
There is nothing behind me. How did you get this number?
The spaceman told me.
What spaceman?
It doesn't matter. I'm telling you about monsters. Please, you must look behind you.
Young lady, there are no monsters in the Oval Office.
The loudspeaker spoke up and said,
Wait, Jimmy.
the loudspeaker spoke up and said,
Wait, Jimmy.
the loudspeaker spoke up and said, hear that? Give up. Give up. Give up. Give up. Give up.
Wait, Jimmy. Wait, Jimmy. Wait, Jimmy.
I'm Clyde Lewis, and this is Ground Zero. The numbers to call tonight, 503-225-0860. It's 503-225-0860. Coming off a very relaxing weekend, had a chance to kind of kick back, take it easy. A lot of pollution here in Portland, so the lungs are a little full of pollutant, so it's kind of like I've been smoking when I don't smoke. But I had an opportunity to get caught up on a lot of my studies, looking into a lot of good paranormal stuff for the next few days. Of course, we're inching ever closer to Halloween, and so it's always nice to do a few extra paranormal shows. We do them all the time, but a lot of the time we focus on parapolitical, conspiracy theory, but we do on occasion throw in some paranormal shows, talk about aliens, werewolves, vampires, ghosts. Not as many ghosts because we've had, we haven't been out since COVID to go do ghost hunts or to send people out on ghost hunts because it's just, we got to get that started up again. It's one of the reasons why I think there's not many stories about ghosts, except for people that have been home, stuck at home in their lockdown situation, and they've realized that maybe their houses are haunted. That's one of the things that I was noticing about my home, is being home a lot more. You tend to notice strange things like that. But nothing's really hurting as far as Halloween entertainment is concerned, because I know that Wes, over the weekend, went and saw the movie Smile. Ron saw Barbarians, and I saw Werewolf by Night. And Werewolf by Night, of course, is on the Disney Channel. And again, it looks like Disney has got that. Sometimes they really do well, okay? And I think Werewolf by Night is one of those movies. It's an attempt to capture the feel of classic horror. I mean, the Munsters tried to capture the feel of the old Munster movie and came close, not really that close. I mean, it's not a bad show. I love that Munster. I love the attempt that Rob Zombie did on the Munsters. And in fact, Butch Patrick was right. You get to see a lot of Rob's background in what we call scenes and styles that were kind of like if Pee Wee Herman had a gothic side. That's exactly what you were seeing in that show. It was amazing. It's amazing because the acting is solid. Plot maybe not as solid, but still acting is solid. It's a fun show, at least to have on the background at your Halloween party. If you haven't seen the Munsters, you should see the Munsters. I saw the Munsters 2 weeks ago. Really enjoyed it. It's not everybody's cup of tea, though. But Werewolf by Night, if you're an old B horror fan, which, everybody knows I am, and I know a lot of people out there listening are, it's a serious attempt. I don't know if they were trying to parody the classic Wolfman movie because, Disney, I don't know how maybe Disney struck up some sort of a deal with Universal or whatever, because the Wolfman It's kind of a universal property, always has been in a way, and that's why when Hammer did the Wolfman and when others did werewolves, they did them differently. But, it got me into the Halloween spirit, much like the Munsters did. And so I watched the show. It's a Marvel Comics genre type of show. Man-Thing was in it. I don't know if anybody's familiar with Man-Thing. He's kind of a swampy-looking character, kind of like Swamp Thing, but he's kind of swampy-looking. He's got like Cthulhu face, kind of red eyes. A very interesting-looking monster. Very gentle, though, one of those genteel monster types. And he made an appearance. But the werewolf sequences, very effective for some reason. It left me wanting more. The film's too short, by the way. It's like 55 minutes. You could probably, sit down, watch it before you go to bed tonight. Get it in before you go to bed tonight. It'll go by quick because it's that good of a film. So it got me thinking a lot about werewolves and werewolf stories because there have been, believe it or not, a lot of dogman, werewolf stories in the news. And critical thinking tells us that perhaps there are no humans possessed by the spirit of some predatory animal, some apex predator. There's no such thing as werewolves, right? At least that's what we're told. But yet, you go into history, ancient history, okay, and you look at hybrid man-beasts that wind up on caves. The cave dwellers have drawn these pictures of what are called therianthropes. They about 1,000 years we've seen these half man, half beast, half dog, half calf, half animal. I mean, okay, so as I said, there are a lot of stories in the news right now dealing with werewolves, and one particular story, it kind of landed in my news feed today. There's a New Jersey man. They call him the werewolf killer because what he did is he stabbed a complete stranger to death. And they found him online creating a dating profile, playing down his violent past. And so now they're warning people to stay away from this werewolf killer. Here's a news report from NBC.
A Virginia man ordered to stay off of social media after appearing to gloss over his violent past in an online dating profile. That's because 38-year-old Pankaj Bhasin once suffered a psychiatric break, stabbing Bradford Jackson, a complete stranger, more than 50 times back in 2018 after believing he was a werewolf. Bhasin is now on conditional release after he spent 3 years in a mental health facility. But a few weeks ago, several women, then prosecutors, spotted this. Bhasin was posting on a dating app. This profile screenshot provided to the judge describes Bhasin as, quote, an easygoing adventurer who believes in universal connection and who is, quote, recently getting back from 2 years of travel. One of the victim's friends reposted it, along with a warning.
I just shared it. I can't help it if I went viral when I shared it.
In court this week, prosecutors called Bhasin's profile intentionally misleading, asking the judge to either bar Bhasin from social media or set up software to monitor his activity. Bhasin's attorney told the judge his client simply cut and pasted in the profile created before the killing. But the judge, agreeing with prosecutors, ordered Bhasin to take down his social media profile for as long as he's out on conditional release. The ruling bringing some comfort to the victim's friend.
I still worry for basically everyone's safety, but I appreciate that somebody noticed.
Still, she wishes some type of monitoring software would have been ordered.
How can a government agency spend enough time to track all of those things down when they're probably understaffed as it is, especially since you can pretty much hide your profile behind anything?
A werewolf killer. Interesting, isn't it? He's been out for a while, recouping, getting his mind straight. But did he really come in contact with a werewolf? 503-225-0860. That's 503-225-0860. Back with more Ground Zero. Don't go away. You are listening to Ground Zero. I'm Craig Lewis. Halloween is coming, and so does the strange stories. For some reason, they always seem to get darker and darker as the days get longer, or the nights get longer and the days are shorter. And when I read about a guy like this guy that stabbed this stranger, saying he thought he was a werewolf, or he looked at him and he changed into a werewolf, It reminds me of a lot of other stories that I've bookmarked or I've covered in the past with regard to shape-shifting demons or shape-shifting aliens or shape-shifting, monsters. And we've had that discussion when we were talking about the insiders or the outsiders that were invading, and how it's not that they want us to take them to your leader or the leaders. They will be the leaders because they're shape-shifting and becoming those leaders. The demons or whatever they are shape-shifting into humans, and vice versa. I mean, skinwalkers are humans that transform into animals. They transform into wolves or bears, sometimes even birds. So when I hear stories about werewolves, at least, I think of all kinds of shape-shifting creatures, and I look over my bookmarks of stories that I filed in the past, some supernatural, bizarre things happening, and it has you question the paranormal. It has you question how the supernatural possesses some people. And this is where you ask yourself, is there any legitimacy to the story? Back in 2016, I filed a story. I'm sure nobody remembers, or maybe they do remember, that it involved presidential candidate Ted Cruz and an Idaho man who shot a pastor. And this pastor gave the prayer at Ted Cruz's rally in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Now, the guy who was the suspect, Kyle Odom, was arrested outside the White House after he was sought after for the shooting of Pastor Tim Remington outside Altar Church in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, after Sunday services. Now, Odom claimed that the pastor was a shape-shifting reptilian demon. Now, days before, Ted Cruz was the victim of an attempted exorcism in New Hampshire. 2 protesters interrupted the Cruz rally with a cross and a mirror, holding a mirror up to Ted Cruz. They screamed at Cruz, telling him to look in the mirror and let the evil spirit depart. They also shouted, "He's possessed by Satan, he's possessed by a demon," and then people began booing. Well, Cruz then made a quip about the Bernie Sanders campaign trying to disrupt him, but the man and his less theatrical partner kept on saying, "You're a demon, look at yourself, you're a demon," and then, of course, the police grabbed them and rushed him to the exit. But they kept declaring, may the Spirit of Christ compel you, Ted Cruz, etc. He's possessed by a demon. The demon has to leave. I mean, this is why the body is so disgusting to look at. Look at him. And, why the mirror? Well, it was because they thought using the mirror would have the evil confront itself. Basically saying, evil body, evil spirit, look in the mirror. That's what he was saying. Look in the mirror if you can get a reflection. It's kind of like what vampires, the whole question about whether or not vampires can see their reflections. Well, days later, this guy, Kyle Odom, he's arrested at the White House saying that he was on a mission to destroy those he thought were demonic reptilians. In a Facebook post, hours before he was reportedly taken into custody, Kyle Odom posted that he had shot Pastor Remington 12 times because he claimed that Remington was a reptilian shapeshifter who had ruined his life. The pastor was shot 6 times, according to authorities. The pastor was shot 6 times, and he miraculously survived. Odom submitted a 21-page manifesto, which authorities say Odom sent to his parents, as well as he sent it to several Idaho television stations. And according to Coeur d'Alene police, Odom had a history of mental illness, and in his manifesto, he outlined his path to Sunday's shooting in a clear but increasingly paranoid prose. He said he admitted to plotting the shooting of Remington. He also claimed that the pastor was part of a vast reptilian alien conspiracy to enslave the human race, a conspiracy that Odom believed extended to Congress. Now, Odom thought he saw the reptilians everywhere. They disguised themselves as humans, but really looked like giant green frogs with a proboscis on the top of their heads. He said in the manifesto, kind of looking like a cross between a dog and a frog, sort of a mixture of a reptilian kind of dog creature. So he claims that he met with Pastor Remington before the shooting took place, and then while he was speaking with him, he said the pastor's face had shapeshifted, had changed. He said in the manifesto, he said, "We were in mid-conversation when suddenly Pastor Remington revealed himself to me. I have no clue how he did it, but it looked as if his human face became his real face. His eyes were huge and bulging, the eyelids were darker green, and the irises were yellow-brown with slit pupils. Odom thought that the church was going to turn him into, turn him into a sex slave, but then when that didn't happen, he left and he didn't return until he came back and shot Pastor Remington. Now, Odom thought he was being hunted by these creatures because of his background in genetics. He actually went to school for a degree in biochemistry. He won numerous scholarships and awards. He graduated magna cum laude, and then got invited to a prestigious university to work on genetics. Unfortunately, he said, they followed me to school, the beings, reptiles. He said there were several of them. Every class I took, they made it impossible for me to study, and they continually harassed me, especially while I took tests. Odom wrote that he was targeted because of his knowledge of genetics and because the aliens, shapeshifters, reptilians, had a hard time controlling his mind. He says, I was too smart for my own good, so they decided to remove me from society, he said. They were worried that I might change the way other people think, which could lead to problems in the form of a scientific revolution. So Odom tried to kill himself twice. He felt that his only option was to go after the reptilian creatures. He said his life was ruined by an intelligent species of amphibian humanoids from Mars, he said. So the manifesto doesn't exactly pinpoint why Odom allegedly went after Pastor Remington. It's only hinted that he suspected of him being a puppet of an alien conspiracy or something. So the manifesto suggests that Odom traveled to Washington to deliver a message to Obama, and part of his letter addressed to the president said, I want to thank you for your sacrifice to this country, and then he suggested that President Obama is controlled by aliens. That's what he said. A number of other things, too, that terrified Odom, saying that Remington, when you came in contact with him, he smelled like vinegar, sort of a urine smell when he was doing his changing. And see, that's the thing that got me, was that, whenever I've talked with people who've had contact with reptilians, allegedly, or aliens, allegedly, or werewolves or something, there's always the smell of sulfur, or what smells like sulfur, or urine, something that smells like a zoo, and this is what they smell when they're making the change. And that's what I thought was interesting with Odom's cases, because Odom was talking about the reptiles changing in the smell. But I've heard many times, even people who have done exorcisms, where they talk about how werewolves turning into reptiles or snakes or what have you, you can smell the change. You can, and like I said, critical thinking tells us that, humans are not possessed. But this is a different story altogether. When people, they have these psychotic breaks, allegedly, where they smell the sulfur, they feel something that's not right, and then they say they start seeing the change. And whether it be they change into a reptilian vampire-like creature, or they turn into a werewolf, that's just creepy to even think about. And it's not just werewolves either. It's the skinwalker, it's the dogman, it's a number of other creatures and characters that only dwell in our nightmares. 503-225-0860. That's 503-225-0860. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero, and we'll be back. I'm Clyde Lewis. You are listening to Ground Zero. The numbers to call tonight, 503-225-0860. Shape-shifting creatures. Could be reptilian, but mostly what we're seeing in the news lately are dogmen and werewolves. Also, back in the news again, is Black Shuck. Black Shuck? Have you ever heard of Black Shuck? Ed and Lorraine Warren were two people that come to mind that investigated what was known as the Black Shuck, or Shuck. It's actually a huge black dog that has been terrorizing an area called Bungay, England, from 1577. That this giant hellhound killed two people who were kneeling in prayer after locking down the church doors. There was a flash of lightning, and then a huge flash of lightning, and then the dog showed up, the huge hound, the hellhound, called Black Shuck. And it traveled 12 miles to another church, and it killed two more people at that church. Black shuck, for the Old English skuka, or the devil, goes back to many thousands of years. The idea of a strange hellhound of sorts with red eyes, always appearing in the gates of churches. Somebody had been talking about a dream they had about the black shuck, saying that it was a terrifying dream, that it was a creature walking in the forest, two black dogs chasing this person. According to the dream, or according to the experience here, I'm not sure if it was a dream or if it was a real experience, saying that these hellhounds were the size of horses. They were dark black, they looked really skinny like greyhounds, and they were very fast. But apparently that wasn't the scary thing about them. For some reason, what was terrifying is they seemed so real, because they were, they looked like apparitions at first. It's not ordinary to see dogs the size of horses with big red eyes coming forward. I mean, something special, something creepy, something terrifying. Plus, there wasn't fur on these animals, according to the description, that they looked like they had leathery skin. So these huge black hounds, these hellhounds with leathery skin. It says, imagine your worst fear times 1,000. That's how scary these dogs appeared to be, these dogmen, these wolves, or whatever they were. About 4 days ago, there was a story that ran in the Midland Daily News that actually sparked a trend in werewolf searches on the internet. Apparently, Central Michigan, Tri-Cities, Great Lakes area, there's a newspaper, Midland Daily News. And what the story talked about, there was a Michigan truck driver. Truck driver was traveling through a place called Manistee National Forest, and he claimed that he had an encounter with the Michigan Dogman. His name was Joe Barger. He's 59 years old. Barger is a 6-year Army veteran. He was transporting a 43,000-pound load of paper from a mill in northern Michigan through the forest on his typical route when he encountered the Dogman on an evening in June. He said he had never heard of the Dogman before the incident, which took place within 15 to 20 seconds at most. It was just a 15, 20-second encounter. Leading up to the encounter, Barger realized while driving that he had an air leak in his truck. Wanting to fix it before he got too far in the forest, he stopped to look at it. He found the air leak by the back brake chamber on the trailer. He grabbed materials to fix it, and then Barger positioned himself underneath the trailer and began to get a bad feeling, he said. Barger started hearing what he called terrifying, strange vocalizations. He said, quote, "It wasn't a sound that I had ever heard before. I was looking around and I saw something shadowing in the wood line, but there was plenty of light to see. It was nowhere near getting dark yet. I was in bear country, so I perceived the shadowing to be a black bear at the time. When he realized he could not be near a black bear, Barger got back into the truck. He checked out the air pressure. He said it was good to go. And he said, though, he continued to get this bad feeling. But, of course, he said, mind playing tricks on him, because he said everything was normal until he started driving again. He checked his driver's side mirror for any traffic on the 2-lane road at the bottom of the hill. There was no traffic. And as he started going up the hill and looked in his right side mirror, he saw it. It was darker than it should be. He saw something blocking the mirror. And then he said, there was a wolf head the size of my window, and my windows were down. Whatever this thing was, it was trotting next to me, and I was about 20 to 25 miles per hour at that point. And he was stooping down on 2 legs, looking down inside my cabin. Now, he says, I'm at 9 feet tall in my seat in my cabin, and the hands of this beast were coming up, scratching my windows still. On my door handle, I could hear his claws scratching. He said that at times it seemed to, he said the time that this was happening seemed to slow down during the attack. And then he said he felt like it was an alternative reality, because he stated that a creature like this doesn't exist in a reality that he had ever heard of. So he stated that the creature had a lot of sharp teeth, that the teeth were brilliantly white. He said they had 3-inch long fangs, bottom to top, pure black pointed ears. So it had yellow eyes, not red eyes. It had yellow eyes, human-like hands, probably 14 inches across. It was at least 10 feet tall from how it was stooping into my cabin. And the yellow eyes were darting all over the place. Barger thought about trying to roll up the window, but he decided to focus on keeping the truck on the road. That is when he remembered his handgun. So Barger pulled out his .45 Colt, strapped to his waist, took 2 shots of the creature. Then Barger, of course, assuming that the creature to be dead, he wanted to turn around, check on the carnage to make sure he didn't lose his mind. About a mile up the road, he found a spot large enough where he could turn his truck around. He went back. As Barger was coming back down the hill, about 5 minutes after the shooting, the creature was gone. There were some people there, and they wanted to talk to him about what they saw, too. We'll talk about that coming up. 503-225-0860. It's 503-225-0860. Back with more Ground Zero. Don't go away. There have been a number of shapeshifter stories in the news. Some recent, some have been filed away. Most of them about dogmen and werewolves, many being seen in the typical places. Michigan, for one, we just did a story about the Michigan dogman. There's always been stories about the Michigan dogman. There are other stories, too, that we're going to be covering tonight. But it just seems a little peculiar that it just seems to all of a sudden be this onslaught. Now, it could be the Halloween spirit, who knows? But it's just that, you know, when a news story comes out where a guy takes out an ad on Facebook, come to find out, he stabbed a stranger because he said he thought he was a werewolf or he looked like a werewolf. It's just some creepy stuff. You know, you never know what might happen to you. And you're on the street, somebody may mistake you for a werewolf, or who knows, maybe the guy really was a werewolf. I know that sounds weird, but there's all sorts of stories. If you look back at some of the old write-ups in the Malus Maleficarum, the old church elders, they knew. They were scared. They thought these people were cursed, and that's how they became werewolves. They were cursed. They took in the demonic spirit and had the demonic spirit guide them. Let's go to Dave in Arizona. Hey, Dave, you're on Ground Zero.
Hey, Clyde. Interesting show tonight. Much different than talking about Ukraine, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And I know it's a little bit off the beaten path, but I was reading this article from the Gateway Pundit. I was telling Ron about it, and it was talking about people who are dropping dead from the COVID vaccines, or I'm assuming from, you know, the boosters or whatever. Mm-hmm. But they're apparently turning and seeing something evil right before they drop. And so it's in the Gateway Pundit. And
have you seen this? Okay, now is this the same thing as? Because I've been seeing some videos going around. There was a video from Turkey, a video from India, there was a video from China. And what it is these people are just sitting there and they're calm, and they look like they're swatting at flies or they're swatting at bugs. And then all of a sudden they go into what looks like a grand mal seizure, and they just stiffen up. It's like they're dead. They're dead and stiff. Have you seen that? Have you seen those videos?
I have not. Where can I find that? I would be really interested to watch that.
I had them posted on my Facebook page, but I didn't know what to think of them because they were really, I don't know, they were really, really disturbing to watch. Because there was one where this guy is looking around like swatting at some imaginary bugs, and then he collapses and he's shaking violently, and people are standing there watching him shaking violently, and they didn't know what to do. And then he shakes so violently he falls underneath a train and gets hit. Wow. And then there was another one where the guy's at a dance. He's dancing around with some friends, and you see him start swatting around at something. It's like he's seeing something, and he starts swatting around like there's a bug or something, and then he collapses. And it's just really disturbing to watch.
It's interesting if they have something in common that's causing all of them to experience some sort of delirium.
Right.
And you know, I mean, it would have to be culturally based, but some sort of pre-planted idea of some demon coming to get you.
Well, see, that's the whole thing, is that there seems to be this meme going around, okay? And I haven't gotten to it yet, and I will get to it. But there seems to be a meme going around the internet there was this young girl, apparently, that was sitting in front of the internet watching a website. They don't want to see what website it was. They don't want to indicate what website it was.
Yeah.
Sitting in front of the internet, fine 1 minute, come back upstairs, the girl slashed her wrists in front of the computer. No one knows why.
Wow.
And kids dropping dead in front of their computers. And many of them, of course, dehydrated. Many of them haven't eaten, probably because they're playing games and they're not pulling away. Something terrible is happening on the internet. Now, there have been just reports of some of the strangest things, and I'm trying to focus it all down to something, but it's like I said, they're seeing these hallucinatory creatures, or maybe they're real to them. I don't know. But they're seeing them, and then they eventually collapse. And so this whole idea
but it's certainly that time of the year, isn't it? I mean, when we're getting close to Halloween. I saw a woman had posted something about Hocus Pocus 2. I don't even know what that is, because I didn't watch Hocus Pocus 1. But basically, she was saying, hey, don't let your kids watch this because it invites all kinds of evil and whatnot into your home.
Right.
And so based on what you were just talking about, I'm thinking, yeah, it's a good thing I don't spend a whole lot of time on it.
Well, it's just that, the idea that people are now saying that these things are opening the gates of hell. And, when the gates of hell are open, anything's possible. And if you want to take what we read in the Bible literally, then these beasts and these monsters and these creatures coming from the abyss are very real. Werewolves are in the Bible. You can read about them when Moses sent his armies to scout out the land of Canaan. They found these giant creatures with big teeth and sounding just like werewolves. There's so many different stories about beastly-looking men, or men who would be like a cross between a lion and a man, a dog and a man, or a bull and a man. That's how you got the Minotaur. And it just, there's so many different views of what this is and who's involved with it. But I was learning, and I didn't know this. A lot of people say, because of Hollywood, you have to be bitten by a werewolf, or you have to be scratched by a werewolf to turn into a werewolf. That's not so. The truth is werewolves are created. Okay? They're created when someone opens themselves up to the beastly nature of man through what would be called satanic ritual.
Or like a curse.
Right. So you would have to be open to the idea of exposing yourself to this type of conjuring. So werewolves are conjured. Werewolves are created. That's why the skinwalker, when you talk about the skinwalker, I don't think people really understand what a skinwalker is. A skinwalker is a werewolf. A skinwalker can be a werebear. It can be anything, because what it is that the medicine men wear the pelts of these creatures and eventually become those creatures. That's the whole point of Skinwalker. So that's why whenever I, hear about the Skinwalker Ranch in Utah, and they're trying to, couple it with aliens and everything else, I get a little frustrated, because I know that the Skinwalker has nothing to do with aliens. It has everything to do with ritualism and creating the Skinwalker as a protector of the people. Kind of like an enforcer of the people, kind of like Cerberus was, a guard of Hades, the three-headed dog.
Right,
it's exactly what it is.
Well, and imagine if people think that it's going to give them some sort of supernatural power.
Right.
There are people who are more than willing to open themselves up to that because they feel like it'll give them something.
Well, when you look back at serial killers, you look at Jeffrey Dahmer, you look at Ed Gein, for example. Ed Gein would wear the skins of his victims and howl at the moon. Now, what does that tell you about Ed Gein? What does it tell you about, what does it tell you about all the rest of them? That, Son of Sam talked to a dog, a satanic dog.
What was his name? Richard Ramirez?
Richard Ramirez. He was the Night Stalker. He worshipped the devil. And, there's a lot of a demonic ritualism that goes into this. And it wouldn't be surprising when you keep hearing of this ritualism going on in the world. Like I said, satanic panic is back. Doesn't necessarily mean it's fake. Just means the idea that this ritualism is happening, and now we're hearing about dogmen. We're hearing about werewolves, and guys killing people thinking they're werewolves. So, Dave, thanks for the call. I really appreciate it. Yeah, It's certainly something worthy of talking about, because especially now that we're heading towards the Halloween season, how a lot of these stories just pop up and they get swept under the rug. Why? Because we'd rather hear about Ukraine. We'd rather hear about the war. But seriously, I mean, these conjured creatures coming from the darkness is always something worthy of talking about, especially when you're listening to Ground Zero. 503-225-0860. That's 503-225-0860. Back with more Ground Zero. Don't go away. I'm Clyde Lewis, and this is Ground Zero. The number to call tonight, 503-225-0860. That's 503-225-0860. There are books that have been written that are used that are not canon. They are considered apocryphal, meaning that they are biblical in scope but are not embraced by the Catholic Fathers, nor are they embraced in the King James Version of the Bible. One is the Book of Pluto. And, of course, the Book of Pluto can be found in the Grimoire section at aftermath.media. There's a lot of ancient writing, books that have been written in the 1400s and the 1500s. We have the Malus Maleficarum. We have a number of other scary books that were created by the Catholic Fathers to ward off werewolves. And the more you read about werewolves, the more you realize that they are ritualized. There's something called the Uratha. And this, I'm giving you some inside information here that's very occult and very, very scary, because sometimes it opens up the mind. Last time I talked about the deepest, darkest secrets of werewolves, people were seeing them. They were reporting seeing strange shadows. They were reporting seeing all kinds of things. And I'm going to do it again. I don't know what's going to happen, but we've had before, when I talk about this, it was like years ago. I think maybe it was dating all the way back to when I was doing my show on FM radio in Portland. I was doing a FM radio rock station at the time. So before I was syndicated, we did a show where I was talking about wolf rights. Now, wolf rights of the Uratha. Now, if you look up what Uratha is a pack of werewolves, and that pack rights of the Uratha, is ritualism to conjure up shape-shifting werewolves. Now, it is to be done during a full moon, and it relies on the bonds of the pack, and it's there to benefit members of the pack. Now, the rights of the Uratha exploit the laws and also kind of, I guess, stabs into or crawls into and infiltrates the ancient pacts that govern spirits. Now, they usually involve some kind of symbolic actions and invoke the pacts to demand a response. Remember, I was talking about, you talk about calling out. You call out, and then there's a response. Well, that's exactly what you do in a Uratha rite, is you call out and you demand a response. Call out and demand a response. It's the exact procedure that varies considerably from place to place over time. Depends on where you are. I'm on the radio, so I can't personally do the rites of Uratha because they won't have as much of a impact unless we were all in a room together and that we had a very specific medium that was the rite master or a leader of what would be the pack Uratha that performs these rituals. That way you don't bring in outside spirits that could come in and conjure other demons or other. See, that's the thing, is that rites evolve over time to eliminate certain infiltrations of demons. And they're passed down from adepts to, well, from teachers to adepts, to initiates. Any Uratha rite knows it's the rite master and the others who know the rite can assist in conjuring werewolves. So pack rites have to be performed by someone who's strong enough, who has the power to do this. And there's certain people who've made pacts with wolves or pacts with the supernatural, and so they become what are called wolf-blooded teachers, rite masters. And so a werewolf who wishes to learn a rite or to become a werewolf, there are elders that would freely teach common rites, but others are carefully guarded secrets, and so they require a would-be student to prove themselves. Spirits can teach rites directly. You can get promptings from the spirit. You can get promptings from wherever. But in all of the records that I've read with regard to werewolf conjuring, one that is most interesting is the fundamental writings of how to be a werewolf that were presented by Anton LaVey, who was the Black Pope of the Church of Satan, where he said that anyone is a potential werewolf. Under emotional stress, civilized human qualities regress to basic animal reactions, and a threshold of potential physical change is reached. LaVey says that people who normally behave in a coarse and boorish manner would thought to be bordering on an animal state, hence making a complete transition relatively effortless. But he says this is fallacy. For churls consider themselves as humans the highest and most notable form of life. They are almost animals all the time, so they dare not go over the brink, for that would be abhorrent. So as to leave those who behave in coarse and boorish manners, let them deal with their own behavior. You want people who are innocent, who demand the power to get the ritual. And one who has only risen to the curbstone dares not return to the gutter. Only the higher man can metamorphose, and his ego will allow him to go all the way. He knows he is circumspect and cultured the greater part of his life. So a transition to animalism can be entertained without compunction. Manifestations of this phenomenon are abundant. The most polished individuals become the most degraded when the proper opportunity presents itself. Pack rites of the Uratha. There is no drunk quite as sloppy as a rich drunk. Analogies of the polarities are endless. Drunk as a lord, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, Count Dracula, in virtually every literary stage or motion picture treatment. The lycanthrope is in his normal state depicted as a human of warmth, understanding, sensitivity, and intelligence. Three principal emotions of sex, sentiment, and wonder may be considered as triggering mechanisms to be a werewolf. As will be shown, there are plenty of formulas and rituals that bring about the conjuring of the dogman, the shapeshifter, the werewolf. 503-225-0860. That's 503-225-0860. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero, and we'll be back. There are a lot of times on this program where I scare myself, and my curiosity certainly has the best of me. And in this case, I happened upon parts of the book How to Be a Werewolf by Anton Salazar LaVey, who was the head of the Church of Satan. He wrote a book on how to be a werewolf, how to metamorphose, metamorphosis, if you will. And it's just a short piece of ritualism that he says is easy to do if you want to be a werewolf, if you want to take on that responsibility of putting yourself in a position where you are afraid, and then you gather the courage, and then you're able to become a werewolf. He says, and this is, like I say, the last time I read this, I know there were a number of listeners who said they saw werewolves, or they saw these creatures. I don't know if anybody's out tonight and they're looking for werewolves or strange creatures. But this is what LaVey says. He says, attire yourself in a manner conducive to the change that is to be effected. Legends of berserkers donning the skins of wolves and bears hold substantial meaning in view of their importance of costume and ritual. Dress in the most stereotyped, corny manner, as the second skin that you wear is a potent element in complete transmogrification. This is hermetic or sympathetic magic exemplified as above, so below. If you wear the mask of a wolf or the skin of a beast, it is preferable if it is not genuine, as you can better infuse a facsimile of the chosen animal with your own personality while drawing from the known attributes of the species represented. The skin or mask will serve as a catalyst, a blueprint for what you'll become as you merge with it. Enter the blighted area with eager anticipation when you approach the spots where you had previously been most frightened. Allow yourself to revel in the thought of how terrifying it would be to another person if they were to fall for the same fear you have felt for. Plus the added terror with it, actual manifestation of an unfamiliar and grotesque creature. In short, it is how your role is to contribute to the fearsomeness of the place. The stage has been set, and all necessary components have been activated. You've experienced intense fear. Now it is your turn to manifest intense fearsomeness in the form of bestiality. Allow yourself to slouch, almost dropping down on all fours at times. Children are quite proficient in their approximation of animals. Remember when you've always romped on all fours with a dog or a cat? Did you ever consider the implications of what that means? Sniff the air, savoring it and the smells of the environment in which you stand. If there are trees around, get close to them, touching them, pawing them, climbing and shaking them. Do everything possible to emulate an animal. If you're in a building, urinate against a wall or on the floor. Remember, wild creatures are not housebroken. They snort, they snarl, they roar, they grunt. They make all the unsavory sounds you want as you progressively become more imbued with the sensation of being an animal. You will actually feel certain areas of your body responding to a manner of alien feelings to the human autonomy. Your legs will become haunches, your arms will become forelimbs. For claws or paws that crave to grasp the nearest thing, your countenance will change. Your facial muscles will begin to twitch in bestial grimaces. All of your senses will become more acute. You'll become fascinated with the moon, especially if it's full. If you're indoors, you'll seek to explore behind things, into cracks, below boards. You will feel a desire to snuffle into closed areas, burrowing your head and body into those closed areas. If you feel sexual desire, it will be in rapacious manner. If you should perceive another person who might not normally appear sexual to you, or sexually to you, the nature of your transformation will make up for their lacking attributes. This impulse to attack will be present, but your higher mind must refrain, taking over and holding you in one spot while still allowing you sufficient impetus to release yourself. This is the stage of the transformation where control is essential, unless one is with a willing partner who can enter the game as the hunted and revel in their roles. If this is the case, then you can assault. It can be manifested. If not, sufficient restraint to attain release without an attack upon the victim is also exercised. What he's doing is he's literally telling people that you need to give yourself over to your bestial side in order to become a werewolf. It's part of the ritualism. It's part of opening yourself up to Satan. Opening yourself up to that satanic power that grants you your beastly nature, that gives you permission to be that beast, that beast, if you will. And so I'm curious, though, as to what is happening with the world as we open ourselves up to all the evil that is there, as we've been, tampered with mentally, as we've been tampered with physically, how we all are being broken down to our beastly nature. And that if you look back in time, if you look back in history, thousands of years ago, these hybrid beings, if you will, were everywhere. A long time ago, in the prehistoric years, when every day was a struggle for survival for the primitive hunter-gatherers, there came this realization that the flowing of a victim's vital fluid after a fatal attack from a cave bear's claws and jaws was connected with the release of the life force. Blood became sacred. And once the association was made between blood and the life force, a large number of magical and religious rituals became centered around the shedding of blood. And thousands of members of ancient priesthoods have raised chalices filled with the dark holy elixir of life over thousands of altars stained with both animal and human blood. As respect for the spiritual quality of life evolved, the sacrifice of men, women, and children was considered forbidden. And while in less civilized times the drinking of an animal's vital fluid had been deemed an appropriate way in which to absorb the strength or the virility of the lion, the bear, or the boar, religious law now admonished against both the drinking of animal blood and the eating of meat from which the blood had not been thoroughly drained. And this is why you had a lot of food laws given in the Old Testament, whether it be the book of Leviticus, where it acknowledges that the blood is the life of all flesh, the blood, it is the life thereof. But the children of Israel were instructed that they shall not eat of the blood of no matter of flesh, for the life of all flesh is the blood thereof. Whosoever eateth shall be cut off. In Deuteronomy, the Lord warns, thou mayest eat flesh, whatsoever thy soul lusteth after. Only be sure thou eat not the blood, for the blood is the life, and thou mayest not eat the life with the flesh. Thou shalt not eat blood, thou shalt pourest it upon the earth as water. Why were these warnings given? Because in the olden days, thousands of years ago, there were therianthropes. There were humans that would ingest blood for religious or health reasons. And there were major faiths and cultures that believed in blood sacrifices. And then there was prohibition concerning the shedding of blood. Hybridized humans. They became vicious apex predators. They drank the blood, ate the flesh of humans. There's no known culture on this planet that is not at one time or another cowered in fear because of the savage attacks of nocturnal predators known as therianthropes. Animal, human hybrids, werewolves, hellhounds, dogmen. Such creatures were painted by Stone Age artists more than 10,000 years ago and represent some of the world's oldest cave art. And they probably precipitated some of the world's first nightmares. What could be more repulsive to the human psyche than the hybrid half-human, half-animal monsters that bite the throats and drink the blood of men, women, and children? It's believed the werewolves and the dogmen predated the vampires. 503-225-0860. That's 503-225-0860. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero, and we'll be back. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero. Hellhound. Don't cry wolf on this one. We are talking about werewolves. We're talking about sightings of werewolves and stories that have been in the news lately. We've been, like I said, it forced me to go back in a lot of my notes and to look at werewolf stories, try to find a pattern in these stories. The dream of the girl with the hellhound, saying that she saw this bright flash in her dream, and then she saw the dogs coming, the huge hounds coming. They say they're the size of horses. There's a story that I could only compare it to that happened in June of 2015. There were three friends. They went camping in the mountains, and at first they said everything went smoothly, and then they set up camp. They did some hiking, and that evening they sat around a campfire to chat and tell stories. Well, as they sat there, they were talking. And then they claimed that the forest around them had suddenly gone silent. All of the usual sounds of the nighttime, all the sounds of the wilderness, everything left. Everything was left in an eerie quiet. So they all stopped talking. And as they listened to that silence and tried to figure out what was going on, they could feel sort of a static electricity in the air, and from the quiet emerged this low humming sound. Then there was a bright flash of light in the distance that seemed to light up the entire forest. This is what one witness said. He says, it looked like when a really big firework explodes for the first few seconds, but it lasted for about a minute before it split into 2, 3, or 4 other lights and then shot back down into the trees. We could see the lights glowing out in the woods, and then there was a big gust of wind, and it was gone. Everything smelled like it had just rained, but it never did. Now, the men at the time thought it was probably a meteor, but that night, things would get stranger still when one of them woke the others to say that there was this large creature of some sort out in the woods watching their camp. He had first taken it to be a bear, but then realized that it was walking around and standing on two legs and looked more like a simian than ape-like. Three men all scanned the forest trying to get a glimpse of it, and their thoughts now were that it was maybe Bigfoot, but then things would get even stranger still when they saw it standing close by and realized it looked more like a werewolf. It had a hairy humanoid body, had the head of a dog with dark gray hair all over its body except for the front, where the hair was white or yellowish. So the creature stared at them for a moment and then let out an ear-splitting scream. They described it to sound like a pig being slaughtered. After which it was joined by three more of the creatures, and these dogmen then ran to the tent to destroy it, and the witnesses ran as fast as they could towards their truck. As they sped off, they came across one of the creatures standing in the middle of the row with its chest puffed out, and they had to swerve to avoid it. Now, they would go back to the campsite in the morning to find that all their camping gear was gone. All the men would insist that this was not Bigfoot, but it was something else, and they say they believe that they came from whatever had made that light show that had been seen early that evening. So there's something primal about being in the woods and coming in contact with this large, upright, walking wolf. The creature has always been part of our nightmares, always been part of history. And let's go to John in Delaware. Hey, John, you're on Ground Zero.
Man, it sounds like Pink Floyd in the forest out there, huh?
Definitely so, yes.
No, I was saying, man, I think as a human, any of us have the potential to transform into a werewolf.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, not with the physical characteristics, like the hair and all that. I think that's mostly symbolic anyway. I mean, you ever heard somebody say, man, that guy turned into an animal all of a sudden?
Yeah, you make up a great point, because it's like this. Shape-shifting, when people say he shape-shifted into a reptile or he shape-shifted into a wolf or a beast, what that means is the facial expression changed. I don't know if they've literally turned into a reptile or they literally turned into a wolf, but certainly if their eyes go black and their teeth protrude out of their mouths and the facial features pull back a little bit because something's pulling back to make it look like some hideous smile or grin or what have you, I can understand that, because I've talked to many priests who've done exorcisms that say they watch the countenance of the person who's being exorcised and their face changes completely. You don't know it's them. You don't even recognize them.
Exactly, like something took over. Like, I've been in circumstances, especially when I was younger, where people have pushed me to the limit on a subject or a topic, or, maybe I had one too many, and things get physical, and you go into a rage, and there's nothing human about that. No. I mean, human beings are supposed to be civilized,
Well, we can get into, like I say, anything can bring us down to our bestial nature, and it's like what LaVey said. He said anything can trigger it. Anything can put us in that nature. Anything can put us in a place where we just don't care. And that's the thing is, how do you define a monster? A monster is someone who doesn't pretend anymore. That's what a monster is.
Exactly.
It's like
you see the real who they are is what it is.
A monster is someone who doesn't pretend anymore. The mask comes off and they're shown for what they truly are, and that is a beast. And that
absolutely.
And when you strip people of their humanity, like they're doing right now with a lot of the things they're imposing on us, you can bet that there's going to be more crime, more hideous ritualistic murders, more things that you'd say, wow, what do we have out here? Cannibals, werewolves, vampires? Yeah, more of them, too.
The wolves are coming out in packs if they keep on pushing people that way, man. Right. You know that as well as I do, Clyde.
Right, and you got it right on the money, too, because that's the whole point. It's like when you're talking about the Uratha is a metaphor for a pack of humans that act like animals.
They are.
They have flesh, but their spirit is in the world of the creatures of the shadow realm. They are being directed by the shadow realm.
Civilized.
No. Like I say, stop pretending, and then you become a monster. You start pretending like you care, or you stop pretending like you love. You stop pretending, and you just go to your bestial nature. You become a werewolf. That's as easy as that. John, thank you. Great call. 503-863. 503-225, sorry, 503-225-0860. That's 503-225-0860. Would love to hear from you tonight. If you've had any kind of sightings of a werewolf, or if you know what a shapeshifter is and want to discuss that, I'd love to hear from you tonight. Just a kind of a detour from what we're regularly listening to, because it is the season, you know. More on werewolves and dogmen coming up on Ground Zero. Don't go away. So someone just sent me this report that was forwarded by Dr. Jan Dirk Blom. Jan Dirk Blom has been looking into the cases of reported lycanthropy and therianthrope reports. Apparently, the reality, there have been 52 cases of lycanthropy reported, but only 13 of the original 56 cases meet the actual criteria of a clinical lycanthropy transformation. So, what we look at here is, as Blom says, the delusion of people turning into werewolves rather than representing the beast. So the clinical term of lycanthropy is there to emphasize that the person is not turning into a werewolf, but behaves like a werewolf. According to Blom, clinical lycanthropy is generally found to be the expression of another prominent disorder, such as severe depression, schizophrenia, and bipolar disorder. Blom further investigated the data reported and discovered that out of 56 total reported cases of werewolfism, 25% of the patients were diagnosed with schizophrenia, 23% were diagnosed with psychotic depression, 20% were diagnosed with bipolar disorder. So modern science has literally torn apart the lycanthropy theory, but they're not throwing out the idea that when people go through this whole werewolf sequence where they become werewolves or they act like werewolves, a multitude of brain imaging studies have led scientists to the specific areas of the brain that are responsible for giving us a sense of physical existence as well as the perception of what our physical body looks like, especially when we're going through trauma. And the most important region involves the brain's outer layer, the cortex, which is responsible for movement and sensation. Now, the patients that Jan Blom studied reported extreme changes in physical appearance, such as changes in the mouth and teeth, broadened chest, shrinking bodies, sensation of burning in the thighs and stomach region. So apparently, Blom is suggesting that these reported changes in the body are due to issues in various regions of the brain that changes the individual's perception of their physical shape. Blom goes on to recommend that modern psychiatrists continue to diagnose the major brain diseases at hand, of course, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, depression. But because clinical lycanthropy is just an addition to one of those more prominent diseases, many people will walk away saying that it's all legend. But it is a major psychological disorder. Blom continues, although we have modernized and glorified our perceptions of lycanthropy in the 21st century, we now know the disease is still at large and is a factor of serious psychological disorders. Our understanding of psychological disorders has only increased over time, and I believe that we make greater strides each day in diagnosing and treating such disorders, and now we have a firm understanding of what lycanthropy is and how it is still affecting people today. So if you want to read, this is amazing, I got this sent to me by a listener. If you want to read what Jan Blom has said about werewolves and the idea of how the brain shows extreme changes in physical appearance, changes in the mouth, teeth, the broadening of the chest, the shrinking of the body, and the sensations of burning thighs and the stomach area. Like Anton LaVey said in his writings, you would feel different in your body. You would feel sensations, burning sensations in the body if you become a werewolf. If you do the Urantha type of rituals in order to bring about werewolfism. So it's not necessarily the idea that you're born with it or that you have it. It's the idea that you open yourself up to it. You let the right demonic spirit in. And that's how it's done. And so this is why, and you know, what's interesting to note is this guy that was arrested having a psychotic break saying that he saw a werewolf. Who knows what he saw? If you didn't hear the story, here it is again.
A Virginia man ordered to stay off of social media after appearing to gloss over his violent past in an online dating profile. That's because 38-year-old Pankaj Bhasin once suffered a psychiatric break, stabbing Bradford Jackson, a complete stranger, more than 50 times back in 2018 after believing he was a werewolf. Bhasin is now on conditional release after he spent 3 years in a mental health facility. But a few weeks ago, several women, then prosecutors, spotted this. Bhasin was posting on a dating app. This profile screenshot provided to the judge describes Bhasin as, quote, an easygoing adventurer who believes in universal connection and who is, quote, recently getting back from 2 years of travel. One of the victim's friends reposted it, along with a warning.
I just shared it. I can't help it if I went viral when I shared it.
In court this week, prosecutors called Bhasin's profile intentionally misleading, asking the judge to either bar Bhasin from social media or set up software to monitor his activity. Bhasin's attorney told the judge his client simply cut and pasted in the profile created before the killing. But the judge, agreeing with prosecutors, ordered Bhasin to take down his social media profile for as long as he's out on conditional release. The ruling bringing some comfort to the victim's friend.
I still worry for basically everyone's safety, but I appreciate that somebody noticed.
Still, she wishes some type of monitoring software would have been ordered.
How can a government agency spend enough time to track all of those things down when they're probably understaffed as it is, especially since you can pretty much hide your profile behind anything?
There you have it. So it gets what all boils down to is belief, I guess. What all boils down to is, do you believe that a person can open himself up to evil so bestial that it could transform this person into a werewolf? Now, I'm not saying that they're growing fangs and they have hair and everything. I mean, of course, you know, those creatures could exist. What they call cryptids, cryptozoological artifacts like perhaps the chupacabra or Dogman or the werewolf or even the Yeti, Bigfoot. But take it a step further. Are there people who are willing to ritualize themselves into becoming powerful monsters? Are they opening themselves up to the power of Satan, the power of the devil, to be that way? And so when people say, I thought I saw a werewolf, or I attacked thinking that I was attacking a werewolf, turned out to be somebody else, are they all that crazy? Or are there many opportunities or many times where we've seen this actually or heard this actually happen and wonder, did it really happen? I mean, what about the story of the Coeur d'Alene, Idaho man, the Odom, his last name was Odom, he shot this pastor like 12 times, close range, survived. And he claimed that he was a shapeshifter. He said, well, he's a shapeshifter. That's why he survived all those shots. And it just stands to reason. I mean, people see this and they talk about it, and yet people think, it's so crazy. But no, you go through history and you see the history and you say to yourself, wow, they were firm believers back then. Science is trying to explain it now. You never hear about science trying to explain it. And when they do, they say, yeah, there's transformation to be had. Teeth and mouth and body. And it's an amazing thing if you dig deep enough to find that, yes, there are werewolves. But it just isn't what Hollywood has been telling us. It's been something very different and very strange. Love to hear from you tonight. 503-225-0860. That's 503-225-0860. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero, and we'll be back. I'm Clyde Lewis, and this is Ground Zero. The numbers to call tonight, 503-225-0860. That's 503-225-0860. We live in some very strange times, no doubt. And it becomes even stranger the more you dig into the psychological nature of human beings. And when you go from the typical political framework that we're constantly being enveloped in by the media, when you go from that framework to a supernatural framework, because when you're dealing with the supernatural and a supernatural framework, you're going for the fight of good and evil. And the fight of good and evil, between good and evil, has always been part of our apocalyptic journey, where the spiritually wicked are found in high places. Now, this, of course, is a matter of religious belief. God moves in mysterious ways, we know, but he's not as mysterious as some of these creatures we're hearing about, some of these people we hear about that are cracking up, seeing werewolves, or at least becoming them. The supernatural worldview is changing, and 2/3 of the American people give respectful consideration to the paranormal, and many of the things that were once dismissed as hallucinations or mental abnormalities are now being accepted as unexplainable phenomena that seems to replicate or increase. Cultural anthropologists no longer dismiss these experiences as mere mental illnesses. In fact, there's been a consistent appearance throughout history of various satanic suspicions, not just satanic panics, but suspicions of satanic hijinks. And granted, many of these satanic panics are connected to mass hysteria and groupthink, but there are now actions and intentions where antiquated ritual and intent has been involved in creating the social trance needed to conjure various demons and entities, various crypto critters like werewolves and dogmen. Cultural anthropologists have a term for this. It's called schismogenesis. In fact, cultural anthropologists have acknowledged that the paranormal experience is part of the human experience and is far more normal than paranormal and should not be dismissed as some psychological disorder. It can be said that Americans now have been forced into a sort of schismogenesis in all matters. We're divided politically, religiously, and even with matters of the paranormal. It's like there's this ongoing battle for superiority and conflict, which breeds the same toxic environment of confusion. And by some sick irony, the environment is a hive for all kinds of chaotic and misguided thought. The same environment that people like Anton LaVey said breeds werewolves. It's the same environment that true believers say that the demons are dwelling in. I mean, we can't simply draw lines in the sand and say that the human experience is not full of unexplained or supernatural activity. Everyone has had an experience that they can't explain. Others will deny it. Some will embrace it. But you have to understand that it's very real. And that's why whenever I do shows like this, I invite people to not be afraid to speak up. Because there is something going on. There is, like I say, a framework which opens our minds to this idea that maybe there are werewolves. As I was saying, that I said to myself, I want to do a werewolf show, and immediately all of these werewolf stories start coming up. The werewolf story about the man who stabbed the other man thinking he was a werewolf. There's a story of the man that was in the truck in Michigan, and he saw a dog man, and he was reporting that he saw a dog man, didn't know what to do about the dog man, but he said that he saw it. Other people have had experiences, too, where they've seen things that they don't understand. See, if you believe in a supernatural God, why isn't there something out there that takes into account supernatural laws? If it were found that there was a true satanic connection to any of what is going on here, we could hear it in a court. And if there's fraud involved, well, then we could hear that too. But that does not dismiss the fact that there are stories that have been in the news recently that have sparked my interest in the topic of supernatural and cryptozoological. I mean, you read about exorcisms that have gone bad. You read about, again, like I said, the young man who stabbed the other man thinking he was a werewolf, the young man in Idaho that shot the pastor because he said he was a shape-shifting demon. Gosh, there's so many other stories that I don't even know if I have time to get into. The young man who said they saw the creature in their camp, These are just some of the stories that I thought were interesting, that were certainly, you look at how they get told, and you're wondering, what are we seeing here? What are we experiencing here? Whether it be, like I said, it's very primal. And the wolf has always been a symbol of power. It can be seen as a protector or a nurturer. But at the beginning of time, werewolves and dogmen sightings were common. And there were many people who had a ravenous hunger for human flesh and blood, and they would shapeshift into an animal to attack its prey. They would ritualize. These ceremonies to go out and get the blood and become an apex predator. Creatures were painted by Stone Age artists some 10,000 years ago. I mean, it's difficult for those living in the modern world to imagine the night terrors of our ancestors as they prepared to face the demons and monster-riddled world after sundown. As one watches late-night horror films on television and hears that strange sigh when they're listening to the strange sounds outside the window, the thought kind of pops uneasily into the mind that all things are possible, even those things that everyone knows cannot possibly exist. And contrary to the legend popularized by Hollywood horror films, you don't undergo a painful transformation into being a wolf. You don't have to be bitten or you have to be scratched. No, all you do is have to open yourself up and let the right demon in the door. And then you can become a werewolf if you wish. Werewolf. Dogman. Coming up, we have Bob Hicks to talk about these very topics and give his opinions on some of the stories that he's come upon that are terrifying about the encounters with the dogmen, encounters with werewolves. 503-225-0860. That's 503-225-0860. We'll be back. Tales from the Dark is a podcast and YouTube channel hosted by Bob Hicks and co-hosted by Brittany Clark. Bob has been a paranormal investigator for the last 17 years and dove headfirst into high strangeness back in 2020. They explore anything weird and travel all around the country to hunt down stories of high strangeness, taking listeners along for the ride, UFOs, cryptids, ghosts, and goblins. Bob specializes in bringing you stories from the darker side of our world and continues to add to their never-ending but always growing Tales from the Dark. Bob, it's good to have you here. Bob Hicks on Ground Zero. How you doing, man?
Doing great, sir. How are you doing tonight?
Doing good. I am curious as to why we are seeing an upswell of werewolf and dogmen stories. And that's the thing, is I've never heard as many reports as dogmen as I have of werewolves, and now we seem to be hearing a lot more about dogmen. What's the difference and why the increase?
Well, I think the increase it's actually relatively interesting. So we can kind of go back to the late 1960s with John Keel's writings, where he discusses the great phonograph in the sky. Everything is on a repetition, especially when it comes to high strangeness and the weird things when it comes to ufology or cryptozoology, whatever you want to call it. And I think what we're seeing is, we go back to the stories of Gilgamesh, the original poems, the Epic of Gilgamesh back in 2100 BC. Mm-hmm. This isn't a new trend, but it's a repetition. And what we see in high strangeness and what I've learned over the past couple of years is we kind of go through these cycles, but something that's kind of changed as of late has been, the Trinity. These things are coming in threes. We're seeing a dogman sighting, then we'll get a paranormal poltergeist-like activity, then a UFO report out of nowhere. And we saw the same thing over in the Arab Emirates back in, I think it was the early 2000s. And I think what's the biggest thing right now is we are in an era of media like we've never seen before. So, one thing starts to trend, whether that be on TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, what they have you, that starts to pick up traction, and all of a sudden, your story's not so crazy anymore. And I love what you said in the beginning, that everyone has a story, but I think that a lot of folks within the last 10 years have kind of come out of their shell, so to speak, and they're no longer afraid to tell that story because they're with like-minded folks, and you have, Facebook, which are Facebook pages like yours, where people can come together, share a common interest, and not have that judgmental factor of, oh, you're just a crazy person because you believe that you saw a werewolf or you saw a dogman, for instance.
Well, and here's the thing, too, and this makes me feel a little uncomfortable, and I'll tell you why. You get a story like this guy who, he put a Facebook entry on, friend of his or somebody he knew said that you better be careful. He had a psychotic break 3 years ago. He stabbed a guy thinking he was a werewolf, or saying that he looked like a werewolf or he appeared to be a werewolf. And you hear the story of the young man in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, who said that the pastor that he went to church with, turned out he was interviewing him, and he shapeshifted into a reptilian. And so he shot him 12 times. The pastor survived after being shot 12 times. And, immediately your thoughts would be, well, the guy's crazy, But then you wonder, you have people who would not be considered crazy, totally sane individuals, who say they see werewolves. I mean, they don't shoot them or they don't kill people or whatever. But what I'm saying is they see werewolves, they see shapeshifters, and immediately, you say to them, well, I believe you. When something like, stabbing a guy think he's a werewolf or shooting a guy think he's a reptilian, that's crazy. I mean, where do we draw the line here? Do we say that those people are crazy, or do these beings really appear?
Well, I think that's the ultimate question, is where do you draw the line? And personally, as an investigator, when we travel throughout the country, we try and take all sides into account. And honestly, there are certain factors you start to look for in regards to things like the details. Where were you? Do you remember specific what time this was, what you were wearing, how you felt in those moments? And that's where you can kind of start to draw the line between, did this really happen, or was this more of a paranoid delusion? And it's very difficult because we are kind of subjected to a lot of different media, whether that be through Hollywood, or I know you referenced a few different movies, but I think it's very easy to be caught up in focusing so hard on, is this person, a crazy person, or did they see what they think that they saw? And I think a great example of that was at the beginning of last year, we set out to make a YouTube video on an app named Randonautica, completely unrelated to anything high strangeness. And we had set an intention to go out and find I think it was something ghostly was our intention. Mm-hmm. And the whole point of the video is kind of to disprove the app. Well, we end up in a disc golf course in a couple towns above mine, end up in a secluded wooded area, and we see this large creature that looks kind of like a large wolf. And, I'm 6'7", I'm a rather large individual, and this thing was bigger than me, and it was, I've been a hunter for my entire life. This thing was faster than anything I'd ever seen before. Uh-huh. And, I'm a perfectly sane individual. I have 2 college degrees. I find myself pretty grounded in skepticism, but I couldn't explain that. So when we travel to places like Las Vegas, Nevada, or outside of the Uinta Basin in Utah, and I meet a man who says, yes, I took a shot at a dog man, or I took a shot at a werewolf, or I saw a shapeshifter, I can't instantly discredit that story just because I don't know the person, for example. I think you have to add the human factor, and that's what a lot of media outlets kind of, I don't want to say they refuse to, but they neglect to, is to add that human factor.
You said the Uinta Basin, you go through the Uinta Basin, and the tribes through that area will say, you should not speak of the skinwalker, because the skinwalker is a religious ceremony where men turn into wolves, men turn into bears, they put on the pelts, and then they wear, they put on certain emollients and certain types of oils, and they literally change into these animals. This has been said, and many people who've had experiences with I guess the rituals have said that they are completely blown away by how these human beings change into those animals. So, I mean, what, you're going to question the tribes? I mean, the tribes don't want you to talk about it, but still, the tribes say that this happens.
No, absolutely. And kind of what I spoke about at the beginning of the show here, it's a repetition. We go back to the Greeks, and they had these, they had cult members in the Greek and Roman societies doing these cannibalistic-esque cult rituals that were resulting, if you believe the stories, in a werewolf or a dogman like shape-shifting creature hundreds, if not thousands of years ago. And the one thing that I've learned to not question too much is when these stories consistently do pop up, and you have, as an investigator, you'll see this from time to time, when you have these overlapping details. Those are the ones that you kind of can't ignore. And I think that's what's so interesting about the dogman or the werewolf is every single group throughout history has some sort of a story or a run-in with these, supposedly fabricated creatures.
Right. Well, we can go all the way back to the nursery rhyme of Little Red Riding Hood, right? She comes in contact with a wolf. The wolf possesses the grandmother. She has all the makings of the shapeshifter. Little Red Riding Hood wants to give her the sacrament, give her wine and bread so that she can be cleansed of this demon. But it turns out it's too late, so they have the woodsman come in and kill her. But, that's all part of, and the big bad wolf has always been a story that has been told, whether it be the big bad wolf chasing the three pigs, or again, whether or not a wolf is hiding under the covers looking like grandma, ready to pounce on a little girl that wants to bring her the sacrament. It's very creepy to think that these stories exist not only in our reality, but also in our nursery rhymes.
Absolutely. And one thing that I wanted to kind of bring up to you is we recently had a gentleman reach out to us from Eastern Kentucky. And this guy, he's not involved in the paranormal community in the slightest.
Right.
And he goes on to kind of explain to me that the sightings of wolves are so common there now, they're having to warn folks in the community about them.
Well, hold on to that, Bob. We're gonna come back tonight on Ground Zero. Great stuff. Bob Hicks with us tonight, talking about werewolves and dogmen. The stories are coming up. It's just bizarre that we have this whole rash of them lately. 503-225-0860. It's 503-225-0860. We'll be back. Don't go away. I'm Clyde Lewis. You are listening to Ground Zero. The night of werewolves and dogmen. Bob Hicks with us tonight, discussing the dogmen and the werewolves. How creepy it is. And a lot of stories have been coming into actually an upswell in I guess you'd call it the sideline media, the alternative media, the media that most people won't touch. And the fact that I've been noticing a lot of stories. We were talking about a few earlier in the show, but I was just curious if you had any newer ones, Bob, of werewolf sightings or other sightings.
Yeah, so actually, you mentioned the Joe Barger story earlier. That was the trucker that took the shots at the dogman from Michigan.
Yeah, uh-huh.
So I work with a handful of paranormal groups, and we had some go up. This would have been early September of this year. Went up to the National Forest, roughly in this area where they could tell where Joe was. And they spent a Thursday through Monday. They did an overnight, and they basically just stayed out there to see, is there anything weird happening out there? Is there anything in addition that maybe Joe missed?
Right.
And these guys are out there, and these are pretty hardcore paranormal guys. A few of them are solo paranormal investigators, so they you have to be a certain type of craziness to go ghost hunting on your own. And I get a message from one of them that said, "Hey man, we only made it 48 hours out there," and they had sent us over some sound clips. That they said, "Hey, you're a hunter. Do you recognize this? Are these coyotes?" And they had caught these howls. And the night that they got chased out of their camp, and they left all their equipment there when it came to their tents, the whole nine, they wake up and they heard something circling the tent. Well, one of them gets a peek, and he, this is a guy who I have seen debunk or refute almost every aspect of paranormal evidence in the past 5-6 years.
Sure.
He swears, he says, "Bobby, I'm a Christian, I'm a God-fearing man, but I swear to you, I saw the largest wolf I've ever seen in my entire life." And he said it wasn't really threatening, but it made its presence known. It made sure that we knew we weren't welcome there. So they took off, got in their cars, and left. And it was one of the most, it was tough for me to kind of entertain the story initially. So I'm like, you guys went up there for proof, you got the proof, and now you're running away. And that's something that as an investigator gets under my skin. But he explains, he said, it was weird because it was on like a primal level. I could tell that it was telling us without saying anything or transforming or what have you. I could tell that it was giving us an opportunity to get out of there, and that was the only opportunity that we had, so they took it. And it was very interesting because they're currently working on a docuseries to kind of branch these two stories together, because the other part of that story was the weekend before they went up there, they went up and talked to some locals, and they spoke to some folks on Facebook who said, ever since that happened, the truck driver took these shots, we had been finding these giant paw prints that don't belong to coyotes. They're 3 to 4 to 5 times in some cases larger than coyotes that seem to go towards the water, not down the embankment of the creek that runs through there, but near there, and then they just disappear completely. And, what causes that? And I said, these go back to the shape-shifting stories of the Native American tribes of, the early continental U.S.
Right.
Down to, again, back how we kind of talked about the groups.
But again, that whole area, the Michigan area, the Midland there, certainly has a lot of story behind it with regard to the dogman. In fact, you got Thomas right now calling in from Michigan. Hey, Thomas, you're on Ground Zero with Bob Hicks. What do you got?
Hey, Clyde, nice to talk to you. I worked third shift, and I was driving in on Twilight. It must have been 2 years ago, but I seen something come across this big open field, and it looked, when it crossed in front of me the road, like the largest Doberman pinscher I've ever seen in my life. But it was running on both front legs, both back legs together. And it took like one stride to cross the street. And then when I got to work, I turned on your show, and synchronously, you're talking about the dogman that night. So I've been waiting for you to do another show about this. And what's crazy is right down the street is a park, huge park that is named after an Indian chief who supposedly was murdered by his own Indians after he sold land to the government. And then you started talking about the skinwalker stuff, and it's like, wow, this is all just too crazy.
Well, I mean, it all seems to intertwine. I mean, you take a look at a lot of the history, and it's not just that. It's the idea of therianthropes in general. We talk about the werewolf, we talk about the dogman, but, there are several other types of, like, werebears. There are, there are even were-rabbits, if you want to. I don't understand that, but just the idea that, man transforming into a creature, we all think of werewolves and we all think of lycanthropes because they are the most vicious. And when you put them into the heart and soul of a man, this is what happens. That immense power takes over, and immediately you're dealing with something that would be from hell, a hellhound, if you will. So, Thomas, thank you so much for giving us that information. Again, these things are real. People see them all the time. It's like I said, whenever I talk about, last time I did a show where I talked about where Anton LaVey said it's easy to become a werewolf. You just need to do some things, prepare yourself, and what have you. And every time I bring that up, that never fails. I get a caller calling in saying that they've seen, or while I was talking about it, or while the show was going on, they experienced an entanglement with either a dogman or a werewolf.
Absolutely. It's really interesting that the caller brought up the Doberman description, because that goes back to, and again, I want to focus on some of the modern stuff, but the Doberman description goes back to 1577. Mm-hmm. And we go all the way back to the churchgoers in Bungay and Suffolk over in England, who had this mythical dog that they called the Black Shuck. Yeah,
Old Shuck. Old Shuck, yeah. Right? Yeah. I kind of talked about Old Shuck. I think it was it Ed and Lorraine? They Ed and Lorraine found that was looking for Old Shuck, right?
Yep, and it's very interesting because that Doberman description has carried on. And again, we're talking a couple years ago when he saw this thing, and we had things from the 1500s making ready appearances still to this day. And I find it very interesting that you brought up that every time you seem to talk about it, callers call in and you have all these different synchronicities. But that's the way that high strangeness seems to work. Yeah. And there's something about the were culture that seems to bring that out as well.
Yeah, it just seems to be something that builds upon itself. Tonight on Ground Zero, we got Bob Hicks with us. Great show tonight about werewolves and dogmen. And Old Shuck, yes, Ed and Lorraine Warren were the first to talk about, as far as I know. But this goes back to the 1500s and the Hellhounds, which, of course, is another story in and of itself. Very terrifying story. Right here on Ground Zero. Have you seen a Hellhound? Have you seen a dogman or a werewolf? We'd love to hear from you. 503-225-0860. We'll be back. Bob Hicks, from the Tales from the Dark podcast with us tonight on Ground Zero, talking about werewolves and dogmen. A lot of stories. I was full of dog stories, dogmen stories, and werewolf stories in Michigan and other places of the country. Also, reports of a man who attempted to kill a man because he said he was a werewolf. There's so many other stories too. If you dig hard enough, a woman went to an old Baptist church in the Midwest, and she looked pale. Come to find out, she actually shifted into that looking. She looked like a dog. It was people said that it was shocking to watch. Let's go to Carlos in Idaho. You're on with Bob Hicks. Go ahead.
Hey, Clyde, Bob. Great show, guys.
Thank you.
Topic.
You bet.
I haven't seen one personally, but, on TikTok, there's a lot of videos floating around, some of them real, some of them not. But there's an interesting one, I'm not sure of the location, of a gentleman. He's driving up in a pickup or something like that, and there's this guy off to the side of the road in a borrow pit. And you can tell he seems like he's maybe drunk or maybe not there all the way or something like that. And the guy in the truck starts talking to him, and he says, hey, what's going on, buddy? And the guy kind of grunts to him and makes some guttural noises, and then he just starts, crawling leg over shoulder towards the vehicle, and then kind of morphs once he gets up into the road into a man figure again. It's pretty crazy.
Wow.
But I have a question for Bob. Like you guys were saying, this has been going on for hundreds of years. There's been ever since humanity has kept records, there's been lore of beasts, men like beasts, and everything like that. What's the possibility that all these are tulpas? Our imagination, I feel, maybe has been tamed a little bit, and so it's not as wild. But you get enough people thinking about something.
Yeah, that's a good point. Are these things thought into being, Bob? I mean, I heard something. There was a theory about the chupacabra in the same vein, saying that perhaps it was the farmers trying to explain the loss of their goats and sheep, and so they conjured up a tulpa that would represent the chupacabra, when in reality it's just a wild dog. Would this be the same thing, Bob?
Well, it's actually interesting you bring that up, because I was reading an article today about the psychological aspect of fugue states, where human beings can't factor what's happening in front of them, so they kind of create their own reality. Well, we do see that throughout high changes and paranormal investigation, where if you believe hard enough that something does exist, you put enough energy into it, it does in fact exist. And there's several investigators out there who believe that we cause hauntings with our minds.
Right.
So why couldn't we create a mythical beast or a mythical creature with our minds? And also, I want to bring up the video that you referenced. That was out of Bellevue, Texas. And what's interesting about that is the gentleman who took the video is a rancher, and is one of the most respected ranchers in that part of Texas. And said that in his 40 years of ranching, he's never seen anything quite like that. So it was very interesting that you brought that up, because that was something I was going to end the show with. Yeah, I could absolutely see that we could cause this with our own minds, because the human brain is an incredibly powerful object. And when you put enough belief into that, especially a shared belief as something as a werewolf, as we've had throughout the hundreds of thousands of years of existence, it is entirely possible that this is something that's of our own fruition, that we're doing ourselves.
So
yeah,
go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
It might explain, the variance. A lot of people, when they report these things, there is some variance. It's not all the same creature that they see, or even the same similar. Some are wolf-like qualities, bear-like qualities, as Clyde mentioned earlier. Guys, great show, love it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your call. I really appreciate it. Let's go to John in Florida. John, how are you? You're on with Bob Hicks.
I'm glad I listened to a little more of your show, because I can elaborate a little bit more on the topic that I want to discuss, which was the Native Americans. I'm Cherokee, and they used to have they had a ritual that they went through, because Anton LaVey hit on some of it. The medicine man would choose one of the strongest warriors to be a skinwalker, but this went on for days before they actually had a ritual. And then there was a concoction, be it, I don't know, mushrooms or whatever, and they would, and the stories are too many to be told. The Iroquois, the Tecumseh, the Cherokee, or the Creek Indians don't have anything like that. But there's the ritual, this what your guest talked about, is what they go through to get them in that mindset, and I believe they were asparagus. There's no other way to explain some of the stories that I've heard.
Right.
And it wasn't a good spirit. So
well, I mean, and it's like I said, when I was in Utah, when I was in the Uinta Basin, I nearly got arrested poking around asking about the skinwalker. And the reason why was because they said that it was very special to them, a ritualistic type of thing. And I had talked with some other Native American friends of mine, and I asked them, why was it there was such a response? And they had said, because, you're dealing with a very sacred ritual where there's actually shape-shifting going on. And if a skinwalker is conjured, it's because they need something to protect the tribes. And I thought, wow. I mean, that's how dark it gets. That's how primal it gets when they can conjure an animal by having, you're right. They take some drugs or some medicines, some tinctures or whatever they take in order to get them into that mindset. But I was always told that they would rub on emollients and salves and things of that nature too, so that for some reason they become one with the pelt. They become one with the skins they're wearing.
Absolutely, they did, and they had such a fear of the Wendigo, as you've talked about before,
right,
that warrior was out to defend that tribe against supposedly these supernatural spirits. And a lot of times they would actually use the blood of that animal that they would rub on themselves. And I think that, you know what, I have connections. I'll get some more information on that for you and get back to you on that, exactly what some of the rituals were. Because some people will tell me, because I'm in the late 60s, and I have very, very deep Cherokee roots.
Well, I would love to hear more. Yeah, I mean, I think if we explore more, we'll find out more. And that's one of the elements, too, that I find. And, Bob, I don't know if you know this, and I've talked about this before on other shows, but that's one of the elements of the Skinwalker story that is being ignored by the sensationalist media, and that is the Native American ritual of bringing the Skinwalker to life. I mean, they have all these, jump scares and are UFOs involved, or we've seen this and that and cited this and that at the Skinwalker Ranch, but they have never, by the way, thank you, John, they have never dug deep into the ritualism that brings about these shapeshifters.
No, absolutely. I had the opportunity to speak with some members of the First Navajo Nation. And you are 100% correct, but regarding the Uinta Basin, it is a very touchy subject, just trying to get any information. And just hearing the brief synopsis of the Navajo witches that kind of span into the Skinwalker ritual, and the little bit that I was able to hear about that, I was enthralled, because I've been investigating this stuff for 17 years, and I had never once heard about the ritualistic nature.
Right.
And again, that goes back, to other parts of the world thousands of years ago, and there is something to the repetition and the tradition of it.
Right. There's something that, having to volunteer yourself, hand yourself over to the spirit world to become an animal is something very deep. You can get it in the grimoires. You can read it in the ancient histories. You can even read it in the Malleus Maleficarum, which, of course, is the witch's hammer book. It was produced by the Catholic Church. All of this indicates that, yes, it is possible for werewolves to exist. It's possible for dogmen to exist. The only thing is, the most mysterious is where exactly do they come from. Bob, where do we find you online? Hello, Bob?
We're everywhere, all major podcast platforms, Tales from the Dark. We have a Facebook group also called Tales from the Dark, and we're on YouTube at Tales from the Dark.
All right, Tales from the Dark. Bob, thank you so much. Bob Hicks with us. Thank you so much for being on the program tonight. I really appreciate it.
And this is Ground Zero. The numbers to call tonight, 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. Everybody had a great weekend. It was snowing for most parts of the country. I know this. A lot of people staying in watching football. I went and saw Glass over the weekend. It was one of those movies where, you sit through it and it's like such a hard journey, and then the ending is really kind of fulfilling. I mean, if it just, ran some credits, maybe a little bit of trailer, and then the ending, I think maybe it'd be just as fun. But it was kind of a long journey to get to a payoff that, I don't know. It was kind of clever, but, I can see why the critics hated it. Not as bad as they say. I mean, if you can sit through a long, drawn-out explanation as to why we're getting away with where we are, then that'd be I don't know. That's just my opinion of Glass. I saw Replicas too. That was kind of comical. Once again, Keanu Reeves proves he cannot act. That's why he does John Wick movies. I mean, you can't do bad with a gun, you know. Okay. Yeah, he was okay in The Matrix. Just if he's underplayed, he's pretty good. Otherwise, he comes off looking like that guy from, Bill and Ted's Excellent. Dude, cool. Oh, cool. Awesome. Totally. Yeah. So, Replicas and Glass. Two movies that, I don't know, wait for them to come on video. That's all I have to say. Also last night at about 9 o'clock here in the Pacific Northwest was the shadow of the Earth passing over the moon. Yeah, the blood moon that everybody was worried about. Reddish tint seen by everyone who were able to actually get a peek through the clouds. We did not get a good view of the blood wolf moon last night because of the winter storm. We had rain pulling through here and fog. And so it wasn't until like maybe a good hour, maybe hour and a half after the moon peaked with the red that we saw it in the clouds. But a lot of people were sending pictures throughout the internet. Moon appeared to be turning to blood. Sending the message to those who are eager to point out that these events are signs that the world is about to end. Anytime we see the moon turn to blood, every scripture gets pulled out of the Bible. Every fear in everybody's minds about the end. And there's something about that. In fact, I think they call it the lucifuge. It's where the light is, it's like lucifuge. It is where the light is blocked out. Lucifuge rocale, or rocalis. It is the demon in charge of hell, the government of Lucifer. It is what blocks the sun, the lucifuge rofocale. It is the eclipsed sun or the eclipsed moon is the lucifuge. So whatever darkness covers the land with the moon or the sun being blocked by the earth, it just seems to be a weird time where all of the evil on the planet is released into the universe. Hopefully we have a sense of good afterwards, but a lot of people are saying since the moon turning red was in Leo, and since we have a lot of other things going on in the zodiac, that there are some really, really tough times ahead. And there will be, and we'll have probably a window of about 2 or 3 weeks after the moon turning red. We'll be seeing some things going on. I'm not saying the world is ending, and no one said the world is going to be wiped out. But it was also a bit of a coincidence, a little bit coincidental, that the moon that was bloodied up real good was known as the wolf moon. And I want to do some research on the wolf moon. Now, the wolf moon has a lot of different legends surrounding it because that happens in January. Usually the wolf moon happens in January. It's the winter moon. And in old European texts, the wolf moon in January was a reminder that werewolf activity could rise after what is called the Christmas dormancy. And I remember there was a show I did, I don't know if it was like 2 or 3 years back, where I talked about how, well, maybe I did this last year, 2018. I was talking about how witches and werewolves and other types of forest creatures are really big at the holiday, or they used to be really big at the holiday. I mean, everybody thinks about tinsel and Christmas and toys and everything, but reality is that some of the scariest things, in fact, we had some of our scariest shows at Christmas time, believe it or not. It wasn't at Halloween at all. We had some really terrifying shows. We had ghosts and voices and I remember the night we did where I talked about real encounters with Santa Claus. Remember that? We did this show about real encounters with Santa Claus. And instead of a real encounter with Santa Claus, we had some guy calling and saying that the angel of death was in his room. Remember that guy? Ron, do you remember that guy? Yeah? The guy that called and said there was an angel of death, said it was his aunt or something. And we could hear it in the background talking to him. I'm laughing because it was super creepy. It just gave me the creeps. But the old wolf moon, it's been anciently, from the ancients on down, talking about how it's a reminder that werewolf activity would rise up after what is called Christmas dormancy. And it said that werewolves would uncharacteristically mingle in regular wolf packs, meaning you see the werewolf amongst the wolves. Native American stories also speak of the skinwalker that roams the burial sites during the wolf moon. In fact, when the skinwalker entered the burial grounds, the regular wolves would cower away. So in the case of the old European tales, the werewolf could mingle with the other packs, and according to the Native American tribes, that the skinwalker, when he enters the grounds, the burial grounds, the regular wolves would run away from the skinwalker. And this is another thing too. During a full blood wolf moon, it is reported that hostile presences are frequently felt during this typical moon phase. In fact, popular and authoritative perceptions could link the appearance of a spiritual visitor, many kinds of spiritual visitors, and there were shapeshifters and strange animals or monsters, both physically and symbolically, that would appear when the moon is full in January and there is an eclipse. So this is the first time, I think this is the last time we're going to have an eclipse like this for a while, at least one that we will see. And this one was where the moon was close, very close to the planet. And so we had a full wolf blood moon that was close to the planet. And so if you felt a little weird, odd, or strange, or if there was something going on where you worried about the future, it is because this is an icon. It's been, an ancient icon of what would be the changes with human and animal psychology, the changes with human and animal physiology. All of these things happen during a blood moon, especially when it is the wolf moon. Everything changes. Humans and animals thinking differently and are basically vexed by this vision of a red blood moon. And they are subject to seasonal, lunar, and circadian rhythms. And even though we look at seasonal and circadian rhythms, and we know we know full well that they've been fairly well described by astrologers and others, little is known about the effects of the lunar cycle on the behavior and physiology of humans and animals. They're still trying to weigh the repercussions from something like this. And everybody says, oh, this is pseudoscience. It doesn't really happen. Well, the lunar cycle apparently does have a bit of an impact on human reproduction. And also, when it comes to fertility, menstruation, and birth rate, the moon has a big influence on this. Melatonin levels appear to correlate with the menstrual cycle, and also admits to hospitals and emergency units because of various causes. There's cardiovascular and acute coronary events that happen during these types of moons. Gastroesophageal hemorrhage has happened during this time. I sound like an ad for, Eliquis or something. Side effects include cardiovascular and acute coronary events, gastroesophageal hemorrhage, diarrhea, urinary tract infections. But no, diarrhea, urinary retention correlated with the moon phases. All these happening during these strange moon phases. In addition, other events associated with human behavior, such as traffic accidents, crimes, suicides, all of these things appear to be influenced by the lunar cycle. I mean, I've talked with police officers, I've talked with ambulance drivers, EMTs. They always tell me the full moon has some of the strangest cases that happen at night during a full moon. The strangest cases happen with traffic accidents, suicides, murders, strange events that go down on a moon night like we had last night with the red full wolf moon. Did you have anything weird happen last night? Anything strange? Anyone want to kind of tell us an inside story about what may have happened to them last night that gave them the creeps because of the red moon? Any feelings you may have? I don't know. I'd like to just hear from you. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. Last night, the full red blood wolf moon seen by many people. Significance for the end of the world. Did you have any weird feelings when you were seeing it, or did something strange happen to you last night? 888-673-3700. We'll be back. I'm Clyde Lewis. You are listening to Ground Zero. So when a celestial event is about to occur, there is plenty of excitement and anxiety that accompanies such an event. And there are always heavenly signs and anomalies, and depending on which astrology you ascribe to, there are many different causal models that influence humans on a psychological level. Now, Humans can be influenced by these celestial events by means of minute disturbances of what they call the energy force that is accompanied by other known forces such as electromagnetism, gravity, things of that nature. There's a lot of waves, they call them, the wave frequencies happening to influence us from the heavens, as above, so below, as they say. And much of what can be called the mechanism of a celestial event not only interferes with energy forces, but it also creates a familiar symbolic anticipation that connects to past, present, and future events that, if exposed, will show what humans do and what they respond to during celestial events in ways many skeptics will dismiss as coincidence. That's why I ask you, did anything weird happen last night with this moon? It's a special moon. I'm not saying it's the end of the world, but it did have some weird significance on the zodiac charts. And the thing is that when you open your mind to speculation, when you open your mind to that conspiracy history and that mystical history stuff, you'll find out that there have been cycles in histories with these blood red moons that point to some cataclysmic cycle, an apocalyptic cycle that coincide with celestial events. And many people who are religious realize that there are astrological overtones and overtures and ancient ritualism found in the holy books of the Quran, the Bible, and the Talmud. And when you look at these things and you think about them, like, for example, the Passover, the angel of death passed over and the moon was blood red when it happened, and it's changed the world. It changed Egypt and how they treated the Hebrews and so many different things. President Trump, of course, inaugurated as president during this type of eclipse. Seriously bizarre, isn't it? We had this anniversary. World events are not just circumstantial, but the result of an organized campaign, I believe, by an elite group of unseen and widely unknown world leaders whose movements are just as mysterious as anything else. And at most times, they correlate perfectly with events that happen in the stars. Beliefs in ancient symbolism, secret societal occultism, ritual magic, all of these things affects us all regardless of religious beliefs and practices. And that's the truth. You may say, well, I don't believe that. Well, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not, but your unconscious mind, it absorbs it. It absorbs everything. Whether you believe it or not, it absorbs it, and it's inside of you. These are the things that are inside of you that trigger dreams. Not everything you dream you believe in, I hope, because sometimes there are horrible nightmares that lurk in your head. Horrible nightmares that lurk inside of you. These are the dark archetypes that Carl Jung and others have talked about. And the ancient symbolism and the idea of a red blood moon and what it means to you on a visceral level, at a more primal level. And we've grown more sophisticated than the caveman, I guess, right? That maybe this ancient hand-me-down cell structures we have, all of this psychological trauma that we've developed over the years that's handed down from generation to generation to generation, doesn't affect you, does it? Well, it does affect us. And leaders of the world make decisions based on these moon phases and the sun phases. Leaders of the world, including leaders like the Pope, for example, answer to other philosophies secretly while they're outwardly combining New Age and biblical symbolism to exercise absolute control over the world. Warlords are also guilty of timing military campaigns to celestial events. And as we move towards the days of the aftermath of what this blood moon is and what it did and how it affected us, we have to stop and analyze exactly what is happening around us and how these celestial events trigger changes in how we as humans see ourselves. Now, if you remember, I talked about the solar eclipse. I remember saying there's a window after the solar eclipse where psychologically we're going to be affected by this, and it could be months, maybe a month. I said I give about 2 months. Give about 2 months maybe, or 3 months that we'd start feeling the effects of this. And we had the shooting in Las Vegas after that. There were a number of other things that went down that we all went, wow, something certainly is wrong here. Well, take a look at this. This is the darker side. This is the eclipsing of the soul, the dark night of the soul. And it's certainly a representation, once again, of that Ouroboros, that dragon that eats its tail, the red dragon, the red moon, all showing itself. And so these events, they trigger all kinds of things during these powerful events, and they have a more prolific effect on all of us, whether we choose to believe it or not. And the thing that's most interesting is that I was reading something today about the lunar cycles, and there's a term that's been used in hospitals. It's now called the werewolf effect. And I'm sure that the term has been picked up as a substitute for that lunacy thing, where the moon affects people. But it seems to me, well, it just seems to be a form of, I don't know if you've heard of this term. It's called hyperagitation, where patients are having violent and acute behavioral disturbances during a full moon. They've also, there's also been cases of excited delirium during a full moon. It's also known as agitated delirium, where there's this condition where patients exhibit psychomotor agitation delirium. They have delirium, they have sweating, they have agitation, and it may include attempts at violence, unexpected strength, and very high body temperature. Some people declare that is something akin to possession, because they have this superhuman strength when they have it. And so excited delirium syndrome means that the blood is pumping, the adrenaline is pumping, and it gets so bad that they eventually die of cardiovascular failure. Their heart just explodes because they're so full of rage and so full of adrenaline because of the moon. It's pretty bizarre. In fact, that's why they call it werewolf syndrome, right? Because you don't sprout hair like Lon Chaney Jr., but you certainly act like you're a beast. Which brings me back to the movie Glass and the beast that was in that film. It's just some amazing correlation. As we saw the beast on the screen, and the excited delirium and agitation delirium that some people can have during a moon. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Clyde Lewis and Ground Zero, 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. It's the blood moon. Well, they call it the wolf moon, the blood wolf moon, big moon. People saw it around the world. They saw it here in the United States especially. And, wow, it's certainly a moon that a lot of people said strange things happened on that night. So, of course, the after effects, too. We got to think about that. Let's go to Margaret in Pennsylvania. Hi, Margaret. You're on Ground Zero.
Hi, Clyde. Listening to you, I wasn't even going to call, but you had said something about dreams.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a nightmare last night. I don't remember all the details to it, but that's not unusual for me. I don't remember dreams. I just remember the emotional attachment that the dream gives me.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I woke in the middle of the night, I woke to a cold sweat and a panic. And I was trying to catch my breath, and all I could think about was getting away, escaping, finding protection. So whatever the dream was, it scared me so much that I woke up in this cold, clammy sweat. And I don't like my apartment to be very warm, so at night I turn it down to 67, and so there would be no reason for me to be perspiring, Mm-hmm. So it just really disturbed me enough that it's bothered me all day. And I was listening to the news to see if anything happened, and I was, I texted my son to make sure he was okay. And, like I said, I can't give you a lot of details of the dreams because they kind of fade away once I wake up, except for the fact that I know I was trying to run, I was trying to hide, trying to get some kind of protection, and I don't even know from what.
So you were certainly being terrorized by something. You couldn't necessarily figure out what it is, but you were searching. What, you were trying to hide from it?
Yes, and it. I was tossing so much that when I woke, my blanket was all twisted around me, and I normally don't do that. I mean, this was very disturbing, and it just, like I said, it just has lingered with me all day. And so, when you were asking about strange things happening, I didn't really even make a connection until you said dreams. And then I thought, I think I should call and tell them about this. It's really unfortunate that I don't remember my dreams, a lot of detail to them. I just remember what emotions they give me. And this definitely gave me panic and fear and survival.
So the unconscious mind is sensing something great that's going to terrify you that's coming, or that may have haunted you in the past, but it just seems to me that if you're not aware of what it is, then maybe it's not something that happened to you in the past. It may happen to you in the future.
That's very possible, because in the past, when I've had some nightmares and I can remember bits and pieces to them, I can normally relate them to something that has happened. Sure. I broke both my wrists 3 years ago, and I had a dream of my hands and arms being gone, and I was in cast on both of my arms for 6 weeks and wasn't able to do anything. Wasn't able to feed myself, wasn't able to anything. And so that made perfect sense to my dream to haunt me like that, because it was one of the worst experiences in my life, to not be able to take care of myself. And so, but this was so bizarre. I just have a feeling of it being so bizarre, this dream.
Well, I'm curious if any outward environment would have caused this, because sometimes, like, for example, I remember one time when I was recovering from the surgeries I had. I was in bed, I was sleeping, and I had this terrible dream that these aliens they had me in this menagerie, and they were telling me that if I were to play, they have these like paddles that were in front of me, and they had patterns to the paddles, and they said, if you can figure out these patterns, and you can hit the paddles, kind of like a Simon game. If you can figure out what these patterns are, you can hit the paddles to what we tell you. So the paddles would flash, and then I had to hit the paddles to match the flashing and the sequences and the tones. And if I didn't, a stabbing pain would hit me. And so every time I touched the wrong paddle, I'd feel a stabbing pain. And what it was is that during the night, of course, I was trying to sleep, and I was having stabbing pain at night, so I had to get up and take some more Dilaudid or whatever. But it was like the whole thing was just terrifying me, because I felt as though that I was in this menagerie created by these aliens, and that they were torturing me, and I had to kind of hit the paddles at the right, kind of like Simon. I had to do like a Simon game, trying to hit the paddles at the correct time, and I couldn't do it, and that was frustrating me. So I'm curious about whether or not there was something environmental outside your bed that was giving you this terror, this nightmare, or whatever it was, this night terror, and it created this. Or once again, we have to kind of play into the idea that last night was a strange moon in the sky. There could have been some environmental things going on with you, maybe some body changes, and maybe something that's going to happen in the future that you're not aware of.
Well, that's, any of those are possibilities. I can only say the only other time I had a dream, but it was a reoccurring dream, and it was very bizarre. I grew up in a place in Pittsburgh called St. Clair Village. It was a housing project. And my sister and I would walk to school, and it was about a 1.5 mile walk to a Catholic school. And we would walk home at lunchtime, and then back to school, and then back home. Well, one day I was walking it by myself, and the row houses were no longer there. All that was there were Christmas trees. And at the location where my house was the largest and the most beautiful decorated and beautifully shaped Christmas tree. And as I walked to get closer to it, I fell down a tunnel. And I landed at the bottom of the tunnel, and it was a white halls. And as I walked down the hall, I heard someone speaking. And I came to a room where all these people in white were working on someone on a bed. And when they heard me, they all turned. And the person working on that they were working on the bed was my father. Well, when I was growing up, my dad, when I was 5, my dad fell from a 3-story building. He was a roofer. And so what he would do every winter is he would go and get a truckload of Christmas trees, and we would sell them out of our front yard to make a little extra money for the holidays. So I made the connection that it was just, I was thinking about my dad and the Christmas trees came into effect.
Did he pass away?
Yeah, he had passed away he had passed away when I was 16.
Okay. So it was kind of a reminder within your unconscious mind that this is going on. Yeah, I mean, these things happen, and and they're still trying to find out ways to interpret dreams and what they mean. But dreams are meaningful to those who are having them, and when something happens to you that you can't explain in a dream, this is where it reaches into what is known as parapsychology, and you have to determine what would have triggered this. Would it have been an outside environmental thing? Is it something within me? Is it something I need to pay attention to? Write it down in a diary so I can keep logs of what it is I'm dreaming about. But last night was one of those nights where all kinds of peculiar things could go down, and a lot of different behaviors happen. They call it lunatic syndrome, lunacy, and now because of things like agitated delirium and other things, they're now calling it the werewolf syndrome. So people are now exhibiting signs of being agitated or full of anxiety during a strange moon like this. And so, Margaret, just wait and see what happens. I don't know exactly what will happen, but it certainly is terrifying to hear about a dream like that where you're unaware of what's terrorizing you, but you're terrified and you wake up in a cold sweat. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. Werewolf syndrome, agitated delirium, excited delirium, a number of terminologies for hard adrenaline pumping through the bloodstream, sometimes to the point of heart palpitations and even the heart exploding at times. Some people claim that it's a result of using drugs like Flocka or bath salts. But when people are examined with this type of malady, they find that there are no drugs in their system. Something just all of a sudden triggers, and the body just pumps out and gets superhuman strength, all kinds of other crazy stuff. Tonight on Ground Zero. 888-673-3700. Did the moon affect you last night? Did something strange happen that you want to relate? 888-673-3700. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero, and we'll be back.
With Clyde Lewis and Ground Zero on FM News 101.
James in Alabama. Hi, James on Ground Zero.
Hey, Clyde, how you doing?
Doing good.
Yeah, you had a caller call just a few seconds ago, and she was talking about her dreams.
Uh-huh.
And this is going to sound weird, but I think we may have had a similar dream.
Okay.
I've always been a real lucid dreamer, and I can remember my dreams clearly, but last night I woke up, couldn't remember what I was dreaming about, but I was panicking and freaking out to the point where I couldn't go back to sleep, and I've been up all day, just like a feeling of dread, like something was wrong.
Do you remember what the dream was about, or are you just in terror like she was and waking up in a cold sweat?
I have no clue what it was about. I can't remember. I woke up in a cold sweat, tossing and turning. It's messing me up just talking about it, but it was that terrifying.
Man, that seems weird that people are having these dreams, especially during this moon.
Yeah. I think the worst part about it has been like feeling like you're crazy, because I mean it's the worst kind of like feeling of dread that I've ever felt. And I've never been like that before.
Right.
All day long, it's just like something's wrong, and I've been calling family. I'm a truck driver, so I don't usually call my family a lot when I'm out here on the road.
Right.
I mean, I've called my mom, my aunt, everybody. They just check in on everybody. But so far, other than just the normal stuff. Ain't nothing been wrong. It's just the feeling, you know?
Well, James, be careful and be vigilant, okay?
All right, I appreciate it.
Thank you for sharing that. Let's go to Dave in Washington. Hi, Dave. You're on Ground Zero.
Hey, Clyde. How you doing?
Doing good. Go ahead. You're on the air.
I had a dream recently. I was in a dorm room, and Dennis Leary was in the hallway, naked. It may seem like it's going to get gross, but it doesn't get too far. And I was preaching the gospel to him in my dream. And he got really angry with me and started cussing and yelling at me. So I apologized to him, and I said sorry, or started to turn around and walk away, and he grabbed my arm and he pulled me into this dorm room, and there were two other guys in there naked, and they were saying some pretty vile stuff coming out of their mouths, and I walked past them into a back room with a vaulted, like, half A-frame ceiling, and I laid down on the couch and I pulled up a blanket and went to sleep. And then it was like I had inception sleep paralysis, like a paralysis, like inside with my dream body. So then reality started to, like, shake really hard, and everything started to turn into words. And then I heard this, like, really demonic voice say, "I am the Christ." And then I leaped from the couch onto the ceiling in my dream like some kind of demon, and crawled up the ceiling and then punched a hole in the drywall and climbed up inside of in between where the roof is and the drywall was. And I was hiding in there, and I looked out the hole, and there was, like, blood splatter, and they were all getting slaughtered down below me. And then after that, I went out onto the back balcony, and it was like everything was fine after that. And my mom's ex-boyfriend, who's dead now, was there, and he was just, like, hanging out on the grass.
That's so bizarre. We're running out of time. It's a very bizarre dream. It didn't go anywhere, but it was very bizarre. I think you should be careful if you're having dreams of Dennis Leary naked. I really do. We'll be back with more. Don't go away.
FM News 101 KXL.
Spinning complacently in the darkness, covered and blinded by a blanket of little lives, false security has lulled the madness of this world into a slumber. Wake up, an eye is upon you, staring straight down and keenly through, seeing all that you are and everything that you can never be. Yes, an eye is upon you, an eye ready to blink. So face forward, with arms wide open and mind reeling. Your future has arrived. Are you ready to go?
The loudspeaker spoke up and said, "Wait, Jimmy." The loudspeaker spoke up and said, "Wait, Jimmy." The loudspeaker spoke up and said, "Give up. Give up. Give up. Give up. Give up." Wait, Jimmy. Wait, Jimmy. Wait, Jimmy.
I'm Glenn Lewis, and this is Ground Zero. The numbers to call tonight, 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. Talking a little bit about some of the things we experienced during the red blood moon. And a lot of people had a few dreams that they were giving me in the last hour they had during the blood moon. I want to get to some of them, and then we're going to get to our guest tonight. I want to just kind of go through a few calls because I want to be able to kind of shift gears a little bit. So let's hear some of these calls. Go to TJ in Rhode Island. Hi, TJ on Ground Zero.
Oh, it's cold here, Clyde, and this is something a little more poltergeisty than no dream involved here. As a matter of fact, just to be honest, I thought I heard whistling in my house. But let me start with yesterday night. Now, you know I'm a sober, rational individual based on our conversation. Mm-hmm. And I will say, you know we had really bad weather, and it was cold, it was windy, and that this house I'm in is like 150 years old or more. Mm-hmm. And so I can also say that in 50 years, what I'm about to tell you has never happened. And I've got unbroken residence to prove that, to back it up. But we've had, again, worse weather, colder, and windier than anything here. So keep that in mind. Sure. Last night, it's about 11, 12 o'clock, and all of a sudden, on the outside of the house, I hear a bang. Like somebody's, taking a battering ram and hitting the outside of the house. And that happened a few times during the night. And this is around, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning or so. And I could not go out because of the glazed surface from all the freezing water and everything we had here to go check. But during the day, I could see nothing was out there. But it occurred a multiple number of times. And later on today, because I've had to separate the house in order to integrate this new cat where the reigning monarch that's in the house doesn't really get along with them, and I'm trying to introduce them. Right. I finally go into the front, and I'm hearing, gee, the boiler sounds like it's burning at a clip. So I finally go downstairs later today, and do you remember in Poltergeist when the furnace, the thing is wide open where the flames are? Right. Mm-hmm. Okay, this is an old boiler, heavy cast iron piece in the front of it, and in 50 years, and it's wide open, and it's going to beat the band here. So this must have been going on during the day. So I finally close it. I go back upstairs, and later, maybe an hour, let's say, I said, gee, I really have to go downstairs and check. So I go downstairs and check again, and I walk to the back of the house where the banging had occurred, and there's a bulkhead to the backyard that leads into the cellar, so that there's the outside door, you walk down the stairs, and then there's the inside door, and the inside door is wide open. And again, 50 years, this has never happened. Was somebody trying to get in? No, because the outside door is locked and closed. It's just that the furnace, somehow this heavy cast iron covering to where you would look at the flames is wide open, and the back bottom of the bulkhead entrance is wide open, and this all occurs after the fact that bang on the outside the night before. And terrifying. A few more times bang on the outside of, and I'm saying, never happened in 50 years. So somebody was trying to get in. No. You sure? No, because it was freezing cold and it was icy, glazed. You would have to be criminally insane. It was poltergeist activity, then you're saying? It reminds me, and I told you before you came back on, I'm hearing a whistling. So like somebody whistled, but it was only lasted like 1 or 2 seconds. Especially with the weather the way it is. That's so creepy. It really is. I mean, and people, get a load of this. There were people that were talking about how the red moon last night, when it was in the sky, cast a yellow shadow on the snow, and it looked like the snow was yellow. See, I couldn't really see much of it because we had a little bit of the cloud cover. Yeah. But there's been nobody in the backyard. There's snow. I mean, I didn't shovel the backyard. I'd go look for footprints. There's nothing. There's nothing. But I'm saying these were loud, and I don't know how, even if somebody wanted to get in, the bangs occurred above the bulkhead, and they were between the two windows. I mean, the person would have to be 20 feet high. Well, like I said, hostile presences are always felt, or always somehow appearing
during moon phases. And that's been, because of the fact that red moon is very powerful and the fact that it's a wolf moon, once again, raises suspicions about the wild animals and the psychology of wild animals and maybe even the mix of both man and wild animals. There's the Wendigo and there's werewolves and all kinds of shapeshifters and strange stuff. So, poltergeist activity, yeah, sure. Trolls, yeah, sure. All that stuff happened in the wintertime, yeah.
If I'm suddenly gone or something happens, remember, you have some leads to go track them down.
All right, I'll do that.
Never happened.
All right, TJ, thanks for the call. And it does. These things, in early modern Europe, that was always populated with these, especially in times like these, spiritual beings whose existence could not be understood. No one knew what they were. They couldn't figure it out. They could only marginally come up with some ideas to either, they go to their Protestant or Catholic doctrines, and what do they find? They find that there's actually a belief among the churches at the time that these entities reflect the perpetuation of the community between the living and the dead. And human and animal psychology or physiology, always subject to seasonal, lunar, and circadian rhythms. And the lunar cycle has had an impact all the time, as I said earlier, about human reproduction, fertility. People have had coronary events, cardiovascular instances, weird dreams. People are having weird dreams, I guess, last night, a lot of unexplained dreams. And, of course, I was talking about something called werewolf effect, which I'm sure the term has been picked up as a substitute for what is called lunacy or the lunatic feeling or whatever. It seems like a form of hyper-agitation where people who've been admitted to hospitals have these violent and acute behavioral disturbances during a full moon. They call it excited delirium. In fact, over the past decade, the excited delirium syndrome has raised continued controversy regarding the cause and manner of death of some highly agitated persons while they were held in police custody, restrained, or incapacitated by electrical devices. And usually at the autopsies, medical examiners have difficulty in identifying an anatomic cause of death, but frequently cite psychostimulant intoxication is a contributing factor. In fact, I have a phone call. Now this is something, now let me remind you, this type of agitated delirium, if you remember, there was a naked man who was eating the face of another naked man on a Miami highway. Remember that? That was said to be agitated delirium. They said, well, maybe he was on bath salts. Well, they did an autopsy and they found out there was only marijuana in his system. Then, of course, there was a porn actor who reportedly killed a man in Canada, dismembered his body, ate the flesh from his corpse, fled Canada, was eventually caught in Germany. He was not on any drugs, said he just had some weird blackout. A Maryland man allegedly admitted to eating the heart and brain of his dismembered roommate. The media reported that the man was on flakka, but it was found the man had only a few beers in his system. So while the precise cause and mechanism of lethality of the condition remains controversial, the likely whys and wherefores of sudden death of excited delirium syndrome victims seemed to be some biological thing. Here is a phone call. Now, this is what is interesting. This is a phone call that I got in my library of a woman calling up paramedics, all right? And her son apparently had told her that he was turning into a werewolf. Listen to this call. It is just, it's mind-boggling and it's scary just to hear it. Here it is.
Auto gave me 911.
Hi, something's wrong with my son. I'm on 1103 South Jefferson. I don't know whether he got, he's 29. I don't know whether he got onto something. He's just, very strange.
Okay, is he in an ambulance? What are you reporting?
I don't know. He's just talking and talking and saying he's going to die, and he's just making like he's on something. I don't know.
Does he live there?
Huh?
Does he live there?
Yes.
Has he been drinking?
I just got home a little while ago, and took a shower. He was sleeping. I think he must have.
Does he use drugs?
He used to. He hasn't for years. He used to do marijuana. He hasn't for years. I don't know whether. I don't know. I don't know what's happening.
I mean, he keeps yelling and says he's dying. Does he say anything else?
No, he just says, I'm dying, Mom, and he's sitting there naked. He certainly doesn't do that in front of his mother.
Okay, we are dispatching help, okay?
Yeah.
I want you to tell me if he does anything else. You don't know if he's used any drugs?
I don't know.
Okay.
Sure looks like it. I don't know.
And that's the call. It's a terrifying call. Apparently, a woman was saying that she got out of the shower. Her son was in the room. He was there, and he claimed that he was turning into a werewolf. He said he was dying inside. He felt like he was dying inside, turning into a werewolf. They said it was excited delirium agitation syndrome. The man eventually died from cardiovascular collapse, but he was saying he was going through the transformation into a werewolf. And so, think about that for a moment. That is a terrifying call. Coming up, we have Linda Godfrey on the program. You know her from The Beast of Bray Road. She has another book she's got, and also to talk more about this werewolf syndrome and a number of werewolf cases that are fascinating, especially after this blood moon, the wolf blood moon. That's tonight on Ground Zero, 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. Don't go away. Linda Godfrey up next. I'm Clyde Lewis. You are listening to Ground Zero. We're on the day after the wolf moon, the blood red moon that appeared over the United States. A lot of people having strange dreams and having strange sightings. And tonight we're taking calls at 888-673-3700. We're also talking with Linda Godfrey, who knows that there are monsters among us. And she's written several books about this. My favorite, of course, was the first one I ever got was The Beast of Bray Road, talking about werewolves. And, actually, I find that the werewolves themselves are probably some of my favorite crypto critters, especially when, you learn more, as we say, about the werewolf psychosis. Because what we have is not only sightings of those creatures that look like upright walking wolves that look like men, but we have the dog men, and we also have people who act irrationally during a full moon. And so the psychosis that we hear about, they get excited delirium and agitated delirium, people say, well, these guys have got to be on drugs. But they're not on drugs. Something triggers the adrenaline that puts them into this state of having superhuman strength or doing things they wouldn't normally do. Is that just another case entirely, or is that part of the werewolf lore?
Well, I think that there seem to be different types and different stages, because there's also the kind of hysteria that is gained from or gotten by eating. It's sort of a mold from rye called ergot, there are different pronunciations for it, and this can make people behave as if they were a werewolf, and they just do all kinds of crazy things and shriek and attack others, and it has to wear off gradually. So there's that. There's also kind of an interesting story I found not too long ago. I haven't even written this anywhere, but it's about Jimson weed, which is a kind of plant. And my husband and I moved into a different house a couple years ago, and I've been trying to identify all the plants that had just very, very decorative plant rich. And I had right on my patio were these kind of strange looking vine things. And I looked it up and I found out they were actually Jimson weed, which was something that back in the Revolutionary War, one of the cooks, I can't remember what regiment or anything like that, but he was looking for something to feed the men in early summer when there weren't crops in or anything, and he found these things that looked like a salad from Europe, a salad plant from Europe, and he fed it to the men, and they were doing things like jumping up to the rafters and crouching and acting like apes, beating their chests, not coming down. There are some chemical poisonous types of answers for a few of these types of behaviors too. But there's another one that I thought of that I haven't really written this in any of my books either, because I'm not sure what the lady's problem exactly was, but it was a few years ago, and I happened to be doing a book talk on The Poison Widow, which was actually my first book, and it was a true historic crime poison type of book. And I was talking to, it happened to be a group of teachers who were just ending their summer vacation, and it was some teaching group. And it was at a Barnes & Noble in Racine. So I'm talking to these ladies, and I noticed this other woman kind of sidling up behind the bookcases, and she was standing behind the bookcase right behind me and kind of listening in. Although she could have come in and sat down anytime she liked to, but she was just kind of lurking. So she was sort of on my radar, and it was making me nervous. And she finally came around the bookshelves and then was standing there for a while, and she waited till I paused, and then she started saying very dramatic things like, "It follows me in my house," because we were talking about the wolf creatures too, and she said, "They follow me in my house. They're this high. They do this and that, and then if I'm not doing what they say, I get the mark of the paw." And she ripped her shirt up to her elbow, so her forearm was exposed. And I kid you not, it looked like a not so healed burn mark. You know when you burn yourself and it kind of puffs up and turns red,
right,
but there are sharp edges on it?
Yes.
That's what this looked like. I mean, it looked like she had taken a piece of metal that was carved like a wolf claw, because it had long claws in front and then kind of the foot shape to it. And it took over her whole forearm, the underside of her forearm, and looked just like it had been burned into place.
Wow.
And she kept saying, "The mark of the paw." And I think she just kind of wandered off, because I don't remember. The ladies were kind of very shocked and surprised who were listening to her. It happened to be all female teachers that day. And I don't really have a way to describe that. I don't know if you, from just having a mental illness of some kind, that the mind can work hard enough on the skin that it can raise welts like that would be very, very visible to the eye and obviously sore, or if she actually burned herself, or something like that. It almost reminded me, again, of the dark side of stigmata, which is when the whole holy priests, especially in the Middle Ages, you would hear about the saints and monks and people who dedicated themselves would get the wounds of Jesus, where the nails had gone into his palm, on their hands. They would just spontaneously appear and then disappear.
Well, back when we did an interview with one of the scribes that talked about the St. Louis exorcism of 1949, if you remember, there was a real exorcism that happened that actually was the inspiration for The Exorcist. And what they talked about was these dermal bruises or these dermal welts that rise up, and they spell out a word or they spell out what have you, and it literally burns into the flesh, so it remains in the flesh like a branding. And this would sound very much like some of the stories I've heard about the Hellhounds of Britain, where somebody once said that they were attacked, and when they did, they felt the burning of the claws into the skin, and it left behind this black mark. And they wear this black mark. It's not the mark of the paw, but they just said it was a beastly mark that was left on them after an encounter. And what's interesting is that there's been a lot of UFO reports in the past, abduction cases in the past, where people have claimed to have scoop marks on their bodies, or something that would indicate that they came in contact with these otherworldly beings. But see, that's the thing, is that if something leaves a mark, it certainly is beyond the supernatural, I think. Or maybe something can come through that could burn something into the skin of someone, because I was just completely blown away by this account of this young boy in 1949 being branded by the devil. A manifestation of these words being written out on the body of this young boy, coming up as like burned welts or something of that nature. So yeah, the mark of the paw sounds very terrifying.
Right, yeah, and like I said, it's sort of the spiritual opposite of the holy stigmata, which very often occurs. In any sort of religion, there are the accepted marks and rituals and things that go with the religion, and then there are the opposites that are kind of flipped for the darker purposes. So it's sort of interesting, and I do want to emphasize that these types of things are definitely in the minority. Probably 90% of the reports that I get don't show the creature doing anything too overtly supernatural, because walking on hind legs is unusual for a mammal, but it's not supernatural or impossible. Whereas some of these other things are, and I like to say, when you've got a wolf that walks through the walls, stands at the end of your bed, and then walks back out through the walls, that's a phantom wolf of some type. We know we're not dealing with a natural animal that somehow mutated or learned to walk on its hind legs when it was advantageous to. And so you find all these, and you go back in the literature, and they do just serve all kinds of different purposes and appear in all different sorts of forms. But throughout all of them, there seems to be, and there can be other animals too that are sometimes portrayed, but it's that dog or wolf that reappears and reappears and reappears in different formats. Sometimes they almost seem to change to fit whatever culture it is, or the beliefs of whatever culture they're in. But the main image is the same. It's that dog or wolf-like head combined with this somewhat human-like body. Even if the body isn't shaped like a human, just the fact that we see a dog standing upright walking on its hind legs is enough, I think, to make people link their minds to link it to the idea of a werewolf.
Sure. Last right, go ahead. I was going to say last May, I believe, of 2018, there was a huge werewolf story out of Montana where there was a rancher in Denton that it was reported that the rancher shot what he thought was a werewolf because it was a threat to his livestock. Now, here's the deal. The Montana Fish and Wildlife and Parks said that he shot the werewolf and killed it on his property. The truth of the matter is, they shot at the werewolf I'm saying wolf, it's a huge wolf. They said they looked like a dire wolf. They shot at this thing so many times it wouldn't die, so they had to run it over with a truck before it died. And so it was the truck that killed the animal, not the gun. And that's what really perplexed the Fish and Wildlife in Montana.
Yeah, and that story comes again and again and again, where people are armed and they have reason to believe that they're being attacked, and they shoot at it, sometimes with automatic pistols. They'll empty, a couple of clips from an automatic, and the thing is just there. It doesn't fall down. It doesn't seem to die. Sometimes there's a little bit of blood. They'll maybe see some blood on a trail for a bit, and then it just disappears. There's nothing there. And that happens with both the Dogman and Bigfoot reports.
Well, and they came up with some logical explanation for what it was, and I was really disappointed, and not because I wanted to be a werewolf, but this thing was huge, and the fact that the media just took and said, well, they estimated it was this type of wolf, long-haired wolf of some kind, or a wild dog hybrid or what have you, and yet they wouldn't report that the bullets would not take this thing down, that it was just so big, and it raised up, and they thought their livestock were going to die, and so when they shot it, it raised up off the ground at them and snarled at them, and then they ran it over with a truck. I just thought, this is too creepy. This is how it happened. This was last year in Montana. You remember the story we reported? Montana, in Denton, Montana, I believe the place was, where a hybrid wild dog or wolf of some kind was shot and killed when it reared up on its hind legs, and they hit it with a truck. They shot it, and then they hit it with a truck to kill it. Linda Godfrey with us tonight on Ground Zero, talking about monsters, werewolves, and like, especially right after the reports of a blood wolf moon over the United States. More from Linda Godfrey and your phone calls, 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero, and we'll be back. Hollywood has given us the image of what a werewolf might look like. We've seen it in several movies, mainly Lon Chaney Jr., American Werewolf in London. However, werewolves, from one standpoint, there could be people among you that have werewolf psychosis. And there are some of you that have actually seen these creatures, whether they be a creature that you may mistake as Bigfoot, a dogman perhaps, or something like this. Linda Godfrey has written about them. And Linda, we've been talking about this as like matter of fact that werewolves exist. And people are like, are you crazy that werewolves exist? But, you have a background in journalism. You've written for newspapers. And, one of my best favorite things I remember about you every time we talked was when you were in Wisconsin, you were in a sheriff's office, and there was actually an area, a file in the sheriff's office that was dedicated to werewolves. Am I correct?
Pretty close. It was the county animal control officer. And I was actually consulting with him to write a story about a puppy mill raid, something like that. And actually, they were also finding mutilated dog carcasses around different parts of Walworth County. So anyway, I think that's what made me bring it up. But I said, say, have you heard what people around this little road, Bray Road, are saying they're seeing? And he said, oh, you mean this? And he opened his file drawer and pulled out this manila file folder marked werewolves.
Wow.
And that is when it sort of struck me that this probably was news. When you've got a county officer with a file folder marked werewolves, that's just news anyway. So that was what started it all off for me, really.
Do you see a differentiation between werewolf reports and maybe Bigfoot reports? Because I know that when people, a lot of people, I think when they see some hairy beast maybe standing on the side of the road they don't explain, the first thing that comes to mind is Bigfoot. But I know that, you have been very clear in a lot of things you've written over the past that, people are actually seeing these haunched, hind leg walking dogs or dogmen or even wolves. I mean, do you think you get this confusion, differentiation? I mean, or do you get definite that's a wolf or definite that's some sort of a cryptid like Bigfoot?
Well, the reason I'm very clear is because the witnesses who've had good looks at them are very clear. When anybody is able to see it in a good light, from not too far away, and they have a really good look at it, they say this was definitely a canine. It had the pointy ears on top of the head, it had the long muzzle, I saw the fangs, it had claws at the end of its fingers, even though they'll often describe sort of elongated paws, but that's different from an actual hand. And then most of all, the tip-off is always that they'll say, and this is never true of like a human or a Bigfoot, they'll say it was walking or running really well, but it was like its legs were on backwards. And what they're actually telling me is that they're seeing it running on the toe pads, and that what we would consider the heel, in animals it's called the hock, and it's back up halfway up the leg. So it looks like it's running on it. We try to translate it to human terms and it just doesn't work out, but that is the signature of the canine leg, and other four-footed animals are kind of the same way, but only bears will run on their flat feet and run at the same time naturally, and a few others. But yeah, I'm very convinced that people understand the difference between a canine and a large primate. It's very different. Even though the bodies are arranged differently, Bigfoot has shoulders. It can pick things up and throw. It has opposable thumbs.
Right.
It can swing something, or throw it with its arm the way a human does. And that again is something that an actual canine cannot do.
Sure.
And I do like, my favorite term for them is unknown upright canines, because I don't believe that these are werewolves in the old traditional Hollywood/medieval sense of the word werewolf, where I don't think that they are going out and killing people. We don't have any records. There would have to be so many dead people ravaged and lying around, which were found. I mean, back in the Middle Ages, there were things that people believed were werewolves.
Linda,
Sometimes
we're out of time. We'll be right back with more. Right back.
Sorry.
Stand by. All right, bye-bye. We'll be right back.
FM News 101 KXL.
Join me on a journey where getting lost is the only true destination. For the past, present, and future all coexist on the same timeline, where happiness is an illusion. This is the future we are in right now, where our phones are the first things that we touch when we wake up, the last thing we touch before falling asleep. Radiant, seductive screens we so love endlessly gaze upon. Much like you're doing right now. Welcome to a future where our true reflection is only revealed as the screen grows dark. Welcome to the darkness. I hope you find it enlightening.
The loudspeaker spoke up and said, "Wait, Jimmy." The loudspeaker spoke up and said, "Wait, Jimmy." The loudspeaker spoke up and said, "Wait,
tonight, 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. It's the day after the red-blooded wolf moon. Many people saw the moon in the sky last night, saw it turn a rosy tint because of the shadow that passes over the moon. And many people calling the show in the first hour say they were having strange dreams and having strange paranormal experiences. You know, there have been sightings during moon phases. Sightings of entities that have been known to interact with humans. Some call them figments of the imagination, but they certainly feel real to those who are having the experiences. Many people have taken many of these experiences. They've expressed them. There are a lot of forms, including those of demons, angels, trolls, wandering souls, or flying serpents. And although such belief may be interpreted differently, they remain a pervasive part of early modern culture for the literate and illiterate and the larger community in between. The increase in sightings has certainly sparked a number of television shows and reality TV offerings that 30 years ago would be unheard of. The sensational aspect of the hunt is certainly entertaining, and there have been a scant body of evidence for some, but a whole ledger of sightings by witnesses that have come from various walks of life. In the recent growth of paranormal studies, two themes have dominated. First theme examines the place of what is known as evil maleficarum. Now, maleficarum is an old Latin term that comes from the Malus Maleficarum, or witch's hammer, which is an old Catholic guide that is literally a guide to destroy witches, vampires, and werewolves. Now, during the medieval witch hunting mania, maleficia, which implied a pact with the devil, was generally used to explain any natural disaster, accident, illness, or personal misfortune. It was also used to describe any and all contact with paranormal entities. There were devils, vampires, werebears, weregoats, and of course werewolves. And there was also a little-known demon called Orobas, which was a master demon who appeared as a man with a horse's head. Now, this rare demon is featured in a movie called Lovely Molly. It was kind of peculiar because I had never seen or heard of this demon, half horse, half man. There is a centaur, but this is different. A horse's head on a man's body, much like a werehorse. Now, there is another theme in paranormal studies that are primarily demonological theories, especially those concerning conspiracy and domination, and notes the differences, at least in emphasis, between those who are steeped in demonological lore and histories that link demons to women, serpents, pigs, dogs, and wolves. Throughout history, we have cases of wondrous and fantastical beasts and humanoids that make appearances in art, literature, and indeed even in ancient bestiaries and in journals of explorers. And these oddities are often written off and listed right beside very real-known animals and tribes, to the point at times it can be difficult to tell what might have a basis in the real and what is pure myth and legend. Perhaps one of the stranger creatures to show up in ancient travelers' tales is the dog-headed man, seemingly an absurd and unlikely beast to be sure, but such a creature has nevertheless been prevalent and persistent in a wide range of accounts and writings throughout history. This was called by the ancients the cynocephaly, or cynocephaly, which is head like a dog. Over the centuries, many conquerors, missionaries, and adventurers reported coming across these bizarre, somewhat savage creatures. In later times, Roman authors, naturalists, also Pliny the Elder, one of the philosophers of the time, listed them amongst various other mysterious types of human called the monstrous races, ranging from cannibals to more surreal humans with heads of dogs. There were ravenous creatures that fed on the blood of humans. Now, these ancient stories, of course, are usually dismissed by so-called skeptics and by those who claim that in our sophisticated society, dogmen and werewolves do not exist. However, Linda Godfrey begs to differ. She's written many books about these werewolf dogmen sightings. And, of course, she's on the program. Welcome back, Linda, to the second hour of Ground Zero. I wanted to talk about, and I told you in the beginning when I first hooked up with you, I wanted to talk about the werewolf sighting in Defiance, Ohio. Sort of it's not really clear whether it was an upright walking canid or what it was, but give me a little bit of background on this 1972 story that happened in Defiance.
Yeah, and I've been in Defiance. We had a Dogman conference there 2 years ago, I think, that I spoke at, and it's a lovely little river town, and there's a railroad that runs through it, and the incident seemed to sort of center around this railroad, and the creature that people saw was not the usual, just all hairy beast looking, shaggy furred, that sort of thing. It was wearing some sort of clothing, like I'm thinking pants and a shirt of some kind. Maybe it was a plaid one. And it seemed to, contrary to the rules of canid paws, it seemed to be able to pick up pieces of wood and fling them, and it hit one of the railroad workers in the head with something like a 2x4. So it was kind of different than your usual creature sighting in a very, very odd ways. And it was there for a while, and then it wasn't.
It's interesting because I remember what I remember the story was that the creature carried with it a stick. And that at first they thought it was some sort of a wolf dog man type of thing. One guy even described it as caveman looking. And that gives me a little bit of thought maybe towards Bigfoot, but they said it looked like some primal man of some kind. It was dressed in some sort of cloth, and he said it looked like some sort of a primitive man, Cro-Magnon type looking character. I don't know, but it certainly had huge hairy feet, fangs, and it ran side to side like they said that the cavemen did in the movies.
Yeah, and there are certain facial deformities and conditions where you can get where there's no chin, and that necessitates other changes in the top lip that will make it sort of jut out, and you can get a human who has sort of an actually dog-like looking face. But the tip-offs that it is probably a human is if it's wearing clothing, you have to think, well, how could anything with long claws, get the buttons down on a shirt, or pull up the pants, and why would they bother if they, didn't need them? So that's always to me a tip-off that there's some sort of human. The other thing is sometimes I receive photographs of obvious hoaxes all the time, and one tip-off is again that clothing that the creature is often shown wearing. And the nice, easy thing about this for a hoaxer is that if the creature has on the plaid shirt and the dungarees, then you only need a mask and the claws, the hands, instead of an entire fur suit. Probably much more comfortable too. So,
yeah.
I always have to sort of play devil's advocate and look at things in different ways if I can, much as if I were still, writing for the newspaper, because you never know when someone is going to try and pull your leg, and I try to vet things out as best I can for my readers.
Yeah, I remember there's a camo suit, and I can't remember the name of what it's called, but it's a camo suit.
Ghillie suit.
Yeah, the ghillie suit. And I remember there was a video that was released. I think that somebody was saying it was about a dogman that attacked a family and ripped him to pieces, and it looked like one of those ghillie suits that somebody would wear. I don't think anybody really knew what the ghillie suits were, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was a ghillie suit. Was that any truth to that Michigan dogman story where this huge, ravenous dog or whatever it was attacked the family while it was on camera?
Well, not really. You're kind of there's kind of a mashup of different legends going on here with what you're telling me. Okay. There was in Michigan in 1987, a Traverse City DJ came up with an idea, and what he did was somebody had given him, well, actually before this happened, he had written a ballad about the dogman that he admitted was half made up, and played it on April Fool's Day, and people started calling him and saying, hey, this is no April Fool's joke. I saw this thing, or my grandpa saw it, or my dad, or whatever. And so it kind of kept going, and some years later, he colluded with a man who made a whole movie while wearing a ghillie suit and using an old, shaky Super 8 camera, charging down a hill and appearing to next thing you know, it kind of seems like he must be eating the camera person. Well, because you see the inside of the rubber mask. Well, this was all exposed, and both of the men admitted to it on Monster Quest season 4. I think it was the last episode in season 4 of Monster Quest, and the whole thing was shown and exposed. I was there. I saw the cabin. I saw all of the accessories. He had gone to great trouble to make 1970s vintage police badges, and you name it, it was all right there. Now, the Kentucky is where the legend happened, where the family was supposed to have been attacked in their mobile tent by land between the lakes.
Right. Let me just stop you there because I want to hear this entire story. Because I don't want to confuse the two. There was an attack where a family was killed in Kentucky. We're talking about that with Linda Godfrey tonight on Ground Zero. If you have any questions tonight, we'd love to hear from you. Any experiences after this moon last night, we'd like to hear from you as well. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. In the land of darkness, there are things that are in the night that hide in the shadows. Sometimes they tap on their windows, they hide under the beds, and only you are the one that has to be vigilant enough to watch for them and make sure they don't attack when you're not looking. And tonight we talk about those creatures with Linda Godfrey. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero, and we'll be back. 888-673-3700. It's 888-673-3700. Linda Godfrey with us tonight on Ground Zero. Go to a few phone calls. Let's go to Lance in Oklahoma. Hi, Lance. You're on with Linda Godfrey. Go ahead.
Yes, I was just, my name is Lance Hightower, and I was listening. I've never listened to your show before, but I have a podcast show, and a gentleman out in Oregon told me real quick, he said, call in, Lance, you've got to listen to this. And I tuned in just briefly with Linda Godfrey, and what she is speaking of is absolutely the truth. My brothers and I, we go by Cryptid Brothers Investigations of Oklahoma, and we've intentionally been searching and trying to call this creature in for the last 2 years. We have a member, I do interviews, and we've had hundreds of people call in, and this is the primary creature that we're focused on. And even though it seems very surreal and just bizarre to talk about, these creatures are immensely huge. They're wolf-like in appearance. They can be on all fours and on two legs, but they have this ability, which we're still trying to understand, how to open doors, how to twist knobs, how to open windows. And we've had encounters just outside of Tulsa, as well as in the rural communities, bedroom communities, as well as farms. And a member of our team in 2013, he was a professional coyote caller. And he usually goes with a buddy, but on this occasion he didn't. And he was calling in what he thought was a coyote. And as it got in closer, about 400 meters out, he noticed it stood up. And he had a rifle scope, and he looked at it, and it was a military-grade scope. And as he was looking at it, he scoped or doped it in twice to get the height and width. And he estimated this was 7.5 to 8 feet in height, and about 4 feet at the shoulders, and estimated 5 to 550 pounds. And he said for the first time in his life, he was frightened, and he realized he just had knee surgery, he couldn't run, and he was kind of in the wide open, but yet he was camouflaged, so he stopped calling, and then in about another 30 seconds, it jumped on 2 feet up on the riverbank side and took off and cleared, he said, about 200 to 300 yards in about 7 seconds.
That's amazing.
And he said for the first time in about 35 years of hunting coyotes and predator calling, he was frightened. And he backed out with his firearm loaded all the way to his truck. And he said, I was on edge until I got to the highway. And he didn't tell anyone. And that's one thing that we're finding out, is that many people, all walks of life, it doesn't matter the background, have seen these things, but they are afraid to talk to anybody because they're afraid to be embarrassed or ridiculed, and or they're second-guessing themselves. Maybe I didn't see what I saw. And then they start, well, dogs don't run that fast. Dogs aren't that big. And we've had numerous outside of Cleveland, Oklahoma, outside of Tulsa. In fact, there was a sighting in 2016 and just last year, 2 miles from my house where I live right now. And I'm in Tulsa. So it's very bizarre. It's you would think it would just be in the woods, but these are being seen at dumps. And then to a whole nother level, there are certain groups and people we're finding out, and we don't know who they represent. A government agency. I had a gentleman just outside of Tulsa, about 40 miles away, call me, and he said, Lance, you got to come out here. I've got helicopters and I've got drones out here, and I think I know why. it's been going on for the year. So I went out there and did an investigation, and I didn't see any of that. But he then described what he thinks why they're out there is that I've seen two creatures that make my dog look like a wiener dog. It's so huge. And it was upright, standing near a tree. And so he took some footage of it. It wasn't very clear. And so we went out there to investigate. We did some calling. We didn't have anything come up. But the gentleman was retired military, very, very credible person. All these people are very credible. We try to vet the best we can. And I've not had one person at this point in time that has seen these creatures that are really trying to pull your leg. As Miss Godfrey was mentioning, it is very hard to vet, but in some ways, you just, when you're in the business of people and service for a long time, you can just tell who's for real and who's not for real. And so she speaks the truth.
Yes, Linda, you speak the truth. We know. I've had Linda on the show many times. I trust her. I think her credibility speaks volumes with regard to many of the books she's written, and of course, her background in journalism and the fact that she doesn't embellish and she doesn't go over the top and certainly gives the facts is something that once again you can't deny that people are seeing things. You see them, you talked with them, and they give you details that nobody else would even give up unless, of course, they really saw something.
I've had a doctor outside.
Yeah, this really has the ring of truth because I've had really a fair number of reports from Oklahoma over the years. I remember one that involved a missile silo, an old unused silo where pigeons would go in and roost at night, and these boys that used to like to climb up at one night encountered this creature standing on the top of the missile silo, and they skedaddled, but when they came back the next day, all the pigeons were just completely mashed in a big soupy mess.
My God.
Of the silo. But I wanted to ask the guest who was calling, were any of these places that you were patrolling by any chance near some of the indigenous people land reserves?
Let me hold him over. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. We'll have Lance. We'll hold him over from Oklahoma and talk to Linda Godfrey about what she asked of him about some of these creatures that he's cited. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. Linda Godfrey coming up, and also more with Lance. He's got some more stuff to deliver to us tonight about these creatures. 888-673-3700. If you have anything you want to add to the conversation, any sightings you may have had or any experiences you may have had, we'd like to hear from you. All kinds of crazy creatures. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero. Tonight we have Linda Godfrey with us. Or the Beast of Bay Road. Bray Road. It's the Beast of Bray Road, too. All the other creatures she's written about. She knows what she saw. I know what she saw. And I know what I see. Some amazing stories tonight on Ground Zero. And, of course, we were talking earlier with a man named Lance who headed up an Oklahoma monster team. He's listening to the program tonight. And Linda, of course, wanted to ask him a few questions. Go ahead, Lance. You're on the air with Linda again. Go ahead. Lance, are you there? Hold on. Go ahead, Lance. You're on the air. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Yes, Linda, your question was if there was any sightings on any native lands of these creatures. Is that correct?
Or nearby, like the boundary roads.
I do have some friends that are native, and they don't speak a lot about it because in certain of these lands, the elders recommend they don't say anything. I've asked, but it's very challenging and difficult to get in sometimes to ask. But he has indicated to me that there are things they are to not talk about. So I don't get a lot of calls from the Indian or the native reservations, but most of the calls that we have are just people from all walks of life. I've had lab technicians, doctors, active military, retired military, teachers, engineers, bus drivers, commercial bus drivers, you name it. And you can just tell when they are very reluctant to talk, they don't want their name given, they don't want any notoriety, and they start out, that's how they start out. And then they say, I saw the biggest dog I've ever seen in my life, and it was the size of a heifer cow. Is that possible? Am I going nuts? And we had that happen. A very good friend of mine that lives outside of Tulsa, in town outside of Cleveland, Oklahoma, and she saw 2 of these wolves the size of she said, of a cow. And I said, of what? She said, of a cow. And it was coming from their pond, and it crossed their driveway. There's 2 of them. And she told me, and I said, she's about 6'2", and I said, where on you did the top of the back come? And she indicated her chest level. And I said, that's huge. She says, I know. How is that possible?
So they were on all fours?
Were they on all fours?
They were on all fours, and there was 2 of them. They were gray.
Okay.
And then just last year, there was another sighting she had that was black, which was the same color on a different location of one of our team members in 2013. He was calling up what he thought was a black bear. He said, well, this is a first, calling a black bear up. I've never called a black bear. Usually it's coyotes, bobcat, and other predators. And it just kept getting bigger and bigger, he noticed, with the naked eye, until it got into about 400 yards, and then it stood up. And then he said that's when the hair on his neck came up. He said something wasn't right.
I want to interject something. Linda, you were talking about the wolves being seen on native lands. It's interesting because when I was in Utah, I went to Duchesne area, and I was at Skinwalker Ranch. I was in the Skinwalker Ranch area. And when I brought up the Skinwalker, I almost got jailed. The native police showed up. The reservation police showed up. They almost jailed me for even asking around about the Skinwalker.
Yeah, they're very serious about that. And I've read that some people feel that if you ask about it, you might be one. So that may be part of it too. But the reason I mentioned it is that the size you described for an upright one is quite a bit. The 455 pounds, but very often these larger with more humanoid bodies are seen near the native reservation areas, the native reserves, I think they're called now. So I just was wondering if you happened to be near one at that time. Now these other ones that are on all fours, this is a whole different category, I believe. They're not really like the ones that walk upright. They're huge. They like to follow cars. They will often bash into them, and I had one report that I'm still working on of somebody who had their car actually overturned by one on a highway, but they'll have bashes just in the metal parts of their cars from these creatures running along and then trying to actually shoulder them off the road. They seem to be fearless that way. And the phrases they use to describe them are just as you did. They'll say either a heifer calf or some type of a pony, maybe. They're just at a loss. Yeah. And both of these are quite a bit larger than the normal, if they can be called normal, upright dogmen-like things that people see trotting alongside the roads or sitting and eating the deer, which are generally thought of to be maybe 200 pounds max. So you're seeing something double. And they'll also say about these bigger pony-sized ones that they have thicker heads, bigger heads. Sometimes there's a ruff seen on the back of the neck. The limbs are thicker than you would normally see on the other types. And they're often described as quite majestic. And they're usually brown shaggy, but I've got some, especially, I was just glancing in my book, The Michigan Dogman, Werewolves and Other Unknown Creatures. And I have a chapter on Oklahoma beasts, and the first 2 are jet black. The first 2 creatures in that chapter.
Right.
So.
Well, Lance, I want to thank you for joining the program, and I was very informative about what job you're doing in Oklahoma. Name your group again, please.
Yes, it's Cryptid Brothers Investigations of Oklahoma.
Okay, Cryptid Brothers Investigations of Oklahoma. Thank you so much for coming on the show and giving us some valuable information. I really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You bet. Let's go to Terry in Ohio. Hi, Terry. You're on with Linda Godfrey. Go ahead.
Hi, Clyde. I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you.
I'd like to relate a kind of a story that I don't tell many people. I used to work on a Navy dairy farm some years ago, and we'd milk cows there, and it would milk to go out to Annapolis Naval Base. And it was an old farm, used to be a Civil War prison at one time, and they turned it into a dairy farm. So you go out at like 3 a.m. to milk the cows, and with a flashlight, you see their light, their eyes. That's about it. And sometimes the cows would get outside the fence. You'd have to go get a stray one. So we thought we saw a stray one out there. I saw its eyes. And I started to go out towards it. And my cousin, who I worked with, he went back in the barn to get some supplies. And so I said, I'll check it out. And the eyes rose up. In other words, we went from standing on 4 feet, 2 feet, and was like walking back and forth like it was stalking. And it freaked me out so bad that I ran back to the other side. I wasn't about to check it out. And then it turned, and it just disappeared. And the next morning, some of the other people that lived on the farm that worked different hours than we did, they worked normal hours, said that they couldn't sleep because they heard noises in the woods because there was woods behind the farm. And they said they swear that they heard howling. So that really made me feel like, kind of freaked me out even more. And I kept quiet. I didn't even tell anybody what I saw except for a few people on the farm. But that's my story. I never forget it. And it's something that's just kind of lingered with me all my life.
What part of Ohio were you seeing this?
Well, I live in Ohio now, but I was living in Maryland at the time.
Oh.
Near the Annapolis base for the Navy. And I wasn't in the Navy. I was working on the farm. It was a federal job. And it was an old farm. It used to be a prison camp for Civil War soldiers that they had turned into. And it was a full moon that night. I'll never forget it. There's an open graveyard up on the hill. It was like something out of a Stephen King movie. And
wow, just terrifying.
Yeah, it was. I'll never forget it because it stood up, and I said, that's no cow. And it was like, that made it about 8 feet tall, probably, if you compare how tall a cow is if you're standing when it's on all fours.
Once again, Linda, we have another sighting of something that looked like a cow that turned out to be something standing on its hind legs, eyes raised in the moonlight. I mean, that's pretty creepy.
It is, and the other thing that I think of is that one of the natural attractants for these creatures seems to be military installations. And I know I had a view of what some people described as an Anubis, which is the Egyptian god of the dead with sort of a black jackal head and kind of a humanoid body at the naval base just north of Chicago, the Great Lakes Naval Base right on Lake Michigan, just north of Chicago. And there were 3 night guardsmen that saw this thing, and it was also near a very old base cemetery at the time. So I see all sorts of associations, and I've even been collecting very many of the old military bases, especially ones that were associated with World War II, have werewolf legends or stories around them, or even current sightings around Europe. And I've got some of those in my next book coming up. So, yeah, the military installation does seem to be a draw for these creatures.
Fantastic, Terry. Thank you for the call. I really appreciate you calling in tonight and giving that information because it's so vital to finding out more about these strange creatures.
Yes, thank you.
And keep up the good work. We'll keep listening.
You bet. Take care. Have a good night.
Bye.
Wow, it's amazing. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. Linda Godfrey with us tonight on Ground Zero. A lot of people giving their experiences of strange creatures we've been talking about tonight, mostly upright walking and very large canids, canines. There's also what they call cynocephaly. Where they're talking about the dog-headed men. We got someone calling up. It's going to be giving us one of their accounts of seeing a dog man in the woods. A lot of things to talk about tonight. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. Another reason why we're talking about this is because of some of the strange activity, dreams, what we call excited delirium, agitated delirium, which of course has been reported by people who have this rush of adrenaline go through their bodies, giving them superhuman strength and what some people call werewolf psychosis. So tonight on the program, Linda Godfrey talking about that as well. 888-673-3700. Back with more Ground Zero. Don't go away. Linda Godfrey with us tonight on Ground Zero. Let's go to John in Maine, or Jeff in Maine, rather. Jeff, you're on Ground Zero.
Yeah, hello, Clyde.
Hey, go ahead. You're on with Linda.
I'm 60 years old, and I have seen a dog man twice. I saw one when I was 12 years old. It came out of a swamp, stood straight up, took 2 steps across the road, and then it went down and just disappeared. Scared me to bits. The second time was 2 weeks ago. I'm a sled dog racer, and I was up back with my dogs, and I heard my friend Joey, who was a moose, running full steam down the road about 200 feet away from me. I could feel the ground moving, and 30 feet behind it was this creature, and it had the upper body of a moose, upper body of a wolf, and the back looked almost like greyhound legs. They were skinnier, and it was a full chase. It ran right by me and right across, and both went right across the river. I'm a half a mile in the woods from anybody else. I have 3 questions. Are my dogs in danger? Am I in danger? And do any of my visitors in danger? I carry a Glock pistol with me with right now up to 45 rounds. I used to only carry 15, and I'm just concerned here.
Well, I can give you an answer based on what I've learned from people over the past 25, 26 years. I can say that your dogs could be. People have had their dogs taken by upright canines. They don't seem to like, especially if the dogs are aggressive and run after them into the woods. Sometimes only one comes back. Another time, a man just found pieces of his animal the next day. I don't have any incidents of people being killed by them. I had one man in Canada who was hiking alone, met one on the trail, and it was like both of them just wanted to get out of there. And he said it kind of leaped and bounded past him, and he went through, you know how when you meet somebody in the supermarket aisle, you don't know which way to go with your cart? That's kind of how he felt with it. And he felt that he jumped the wrong way, and it sort of grazed his side with its fangs as it went past, and he had to get stitches. He sent me a picture of the stitches, which are proof, but still, they help support the story. And that's the only one. And other people have been chased at such close range that they were sure it could have gotten them if it wanted to. So I would say your dogs are in more danger than you are. And I'm sorry, I couldn't quite make out your third question.
Visitors. I have visitors come in.
Oh, visitors. Visitors. Well, again, they would fall under the category of, people. And I would still treat these things with a great deal of respect and just treat them as you would any other large predator, which usually means quietly exiting, as simply as you can. And if you have, many people, do like to carry arms just in case, but the thing is that the bullets don't always work, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was hearing that, and I got a little concerned. What about a flare gun? If I was to shoot a flare gun over its shoulder, would that scare it off?
Perhaps. I haven't had anybody mention that yet. But one thing that they don't like is cameras. And I had one instance where a husband and wife were both hiking, and they came across one of these very tall ones hiding and kind of sticking out from behind a tree. And the husband raised his gun, and it didn't even flinch. And then the wife put the camera up in position to take a picture. She was feeling safe with the husband's gun raised, and at that, it just turned and melted back into the woods. And I do have people who find themselves sort of habituated by these things, where they're hanging around the yard and getting closer, looking in the windows. And what I've advised there is what seems to work is as much light as you can put on your lawn, especially if you've got remote control so you can control it from the house, and any electronics, if you've got cameras set around. Those two things, they seem to abhor electronics and cameras.
Jeff, I thank you for the call. I thank you for calling. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
You betcha. And Linda, thank you so much for being on the program tonight. He was amazing. Flew by really fast. And of course, with this, the advent of the blood moon last night, I'm sure there are plenty of stories we'll be hearing in the aftermath, and you'll be there to cover them. When is your book due out?
The book is coming out in late spring, I believe. And this one's different because I'm going to have actually my own film with it that expands on one of the chapters, and that's been real exciting and fun for me. And I also, if you don't mind my mentioning, lindagodfrey.com, no W's necessary, just lindagodfrey.com is where you go to report something or just find out a lot more.
You bet. lindagodfrey.com. Thank you, Linda Godfrey. You have a great night, and we'll be talking soon, I'm sure. More to come on Ground Zero. Listen to groundzero.com. That's listen to groundzero.com to carry the show off into the next 2 hours. We'll be there. Don't go away.
FM News 101.
I'm Clyde Lewis, and this is Ground Zero. The numbers to call tonight, 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. Cleared a few lines now since Linda Godfrey has now gone. So if you had a hard time getting into the program, we most certainly are happy to take your calls at 888-673-3700. It's 888-673-3700. So last night was the Super Blood Wolf Moon. Some of us saw it here in Oregon. It was difficult. We had clouds everywhere, but it was peeking through in some areas. And, of course, it certainly is an amazing thing to see something like this in the skies. And not only that, but the power that is behind one of these blood moons and what it represents. And, of course, while Linda was talking about some of the sightings of dogmen, some of the sightings of these werewolf types or these upright canids, I wanted to look even deeper. I wanted to look into the legends of these werewolves and the appearances of these wolves during the what they call the supermoon of January, the wolf moon of January. Not all wolf moons have blood on them, which once again, this brings up another, kind of eerie paranormal feel when you're discussing the idea of a blood wolf moon. And if you go back into some of the old grimoires of the Europeans, the grimoires of the old ancient writings that talk about the shapeshifter, and I know that many times we've heard of shapeshifting as being some sort of a David Icke reptilian type of shape-shifting thing, but it goes deeper than that. It's something that we talked about with Linda called the werewolf psychosis, where no, they're not going to end up looking like Lon Chaney, and they're not going to end up looking like the guys in American Werewolf in London or in Paris or wherever they are. There are plenty of stories of humans that have taken on the personification, or at least the personality of a wolf. And werewolf syndrome is something that shows up during full moons. I don't know what happened during the blood moon. A lot of people want to call in and give their experiences, and we still are opening the phones to something that happened last night and to some of the experiences people have had before on late nights with full moons and craziness. But, the Native American stories always speak of the skinwalker. We kind of hinted and talked a bit about the skinwalker roaming the burial sites during the wolf moon. In fact, when the skinwalker entered the burial grounds, the regular wolves would always cower away. And when it comes to other stories about these old wolves appearing before the wolf moon, there is the story of Christmas dormancy, where the wolves would appear after Christmas dormancy, the sleeping of the wolves, and then they come to life again under the wolf moon. And if a werewolf just happened to be in the pack, it was interesting because they could hide amongst the wolves, and sometimes they can hide amongst the sheep. Thus, we have the wolf in sheep's clothing, where we do not know the difference between what is a sheep, a human, or a wolf, because they have this hostile presence within them. They are possessed by the devil, and hostile presence, when you think about them, they're frequently felt during moon phases. In fact, popular and authoritative perceptions could link the appearance of spiritual visitors and, of course, shapeshifters that were strange animals or monsters that physically and symbolically were appearing when the moon was full, or when the moon is full. We see a lot of these appearances, poltergeist activity, strange knocks at the door, all kinds of nightmares and dreams being had under a moon. And when the moon is red with blood, it certainly is an apocalyptic moon, as many people, their faithful, believe that we see something like this, and it could indicate that the end of the world is near. Now, I'm not saying that the end end of the world is near. But what I'm saying is there is a window of psychological effect with these moons and what they create. And soon we hear of some sort of a violent act or some sort of bizarre act that has no explanation. Because, early in modern Europe, or when you look at early modern Europe, it was populated with a lot of tales of spiritual beings whose existence could not be understood through reference to or only marginally belong to either Protestant or Catholic doctrines. And of course, then the existence of these creatures was certain. As much as the common belief in these entities were, it reflected the perpetuation of the community between the living and the dead. There were stories of the extremes between the living and the dead, the mixture of the upright walking ghoul and also the ravenous hungry wolf or vampire that hung out in the graveyards under the full moon. Human and animal physiology are always suspect or subject to seasonal, lunar, and circadian rhythms. Although the seasonal circadian rhythms have been fairly well described, little is known about the effects of the lunar cycle and behavior and psychology of humans and physiology of animals during these times. The lunar cycle has always had an impact on things like human reproduction, in particular fertility, menstruation, birth rate, melatonin levels. They appear to correlate with the menstrual cycle. Admittance to hospitals and emergency units because of various causes. There are people with cardiovascular problems. Acute coronary events happen during full moons. Gastroesophageal hemorrhages happen during full moons. Diarrhea, urinary retention correlated with moon phases. In addition, other events associated with human behavior such as traffic accidents, criminal activity, murder, suicides, all appear to be influenced by the lunar cycle. Some wars are also planned during the lunar cycle. There's a term, though, that has been used by hospitals to describe the werewolf effect, and that of course, is werewolf psychosis. And I'm sure that, there's been many times we've heard the term lunatic or lunacy, but now, over the past decade, they've actually given it a medical term called excited delirium syndrome, and it's raised a lot of controversy as to what it really is. It's also known as agitative syndrome. It's where, people are put into custody by police, or they're actually doing things, ripping off their shirts, running around screaming like beasts. I just saw the film Glass in theaters, and of course there's a character called the Horde, which is a guy who has many personalities, and one of the personalities just happens to be the Beast. And when I saw him, when he turns into the Beast in the film, he certainly has the mannerisms and certainly the look of a werewolf without the facial hair. He certainly has a voice and a demeanor is that of a ravenous beast, one who certainly has a bit of agitative syndrome. And a lot of medical examiners have difficulty in identifying an anatomic cause of what is doing it. They just know there's a huge rush of adrenaline runs through the body. We've heard stories about certainly you've heard the story about the man who was naked on the highway in Florida. He was eating the face of a homeless man, and there was a lot of rumor going around that he was on bath salts, which of course is a drug that stimulates this kind of activity. Apparently, no. They did an autopsy on him, found out there was only marijuana in his system. There was a porn actor who killed a man in Canada. He ate his body. And then he fled to Canada. He was eventually caught in Germany. He was not on any drugs. He wasn't using drugs at all during the time. There was also a Maryland man who allegedly admitted to eating the heart and brain of his dismembered roommate. The media reported that the man was on Flakka, but it was found the man had just a few beers in his system. So while the precise cause and mechanism of lethality of the condition, whatever it may be with this agitated syndrome, it's very controversial. And the likely whys and wherefores of sudden death of excited delirium syndrome victims are seen to be mostly biological and not because of toxology. And, because what it is there's excessive dopamine being shot into the body, dopamine in the brain that triggers this manic excitement, this manic delirium, which unabated leads to something called cardiovascular collapse. And so what that is that the heart tends to explode. So much adrenaline, so much, it's like a furnace just pumping, just boom. I mean, and this is, you may want to compare this to, what we hear about with regard to the supernatural appearances of vampires or even werewolves of the past who are said to have appeared during a full moon. And, Hollywood, of course, has given us the image of what a werewolf might look like or act like, but both the medical concerns of excited delirium syndrome and the supernatural connections to witchcraft and satanic ritual are also well noted in ancient writings of the Catholic Church and other earlier civilizations. I remember we have a library where I've been able to uncover some ancient writings that deals with werewolves and vampires. If you take a look at religion, there are many things that we learn in religious culture that are supernatural by their own relationship to practices of magic within the parenthetical or permitted practices to link everything to God. And what I mean by this is, okay, people have such a hard time with shape-shifting. You say, well, this guy turned into a werewolf. Yeah, sure. Where's the evidence? Okay, yeah, well, there's not much evidence to show it, although people have been attacked. There are pictures, I guess, and no one really has been able to catch one. We had a huge wolf that was shot in Denton, Montana. I think it was Denton, Montana. Shot in Denton, Montana last May. The thing was when they poured the bullets into the creature, it did not die. They had to run it down with a truck. That's how big and massive this thing. Yeah, it was a huge, huge wolf. And so, when you take a look at something like that and you say, was that a werewolf? Well, no, it didn't turn into a man like it does in the movies, but it's certainly with this huge wolf that was on its hind legs waiting to attack the livestock. And so rather than allow the animal to leave, they tried to kill it because it was so huge. They didn't know what it would do. So when you're dealing with something like shape-shifting, for example, and people say, there's no such thing, I think about what the church, if you take a look at religion and what they try to convince you of something as simple as like the Eucharist, for example. The Eucharist retains an almost magical power to the believers. The transubstantiation process is pretty much a supernatural shape-shifting act of turning a simple wafer and wine into the body and blood of Christ. Now, some believe it's symbolic. However, it is the supernatural or preternatural forces that tell the faithful that they are converting this holy host. They're converting it into the literal flesh and blood of Jesus Christ. And there are powers in this world that are not always connected to the flesh and blood. And the thought of any transformation or shape-shifting on a gender scale or a grander scale basically would take a lot of work to suspend disbelief. But there have been sightings of entities that have been known to interact with humans, and they've been called figments of the imagination by most, but they take on a lot of forms, from angels to demons to ghosts, flying serpents, even werewolves. And if you go look at the ancient writings of the Malleus Maleficarum, I've talked about this book all the time, it's called The Witch's Hammer, was basically a guide in the early church on how to destroy vampires, witches, and werewolves. Now, why would they have a book devoted to that in the old Catholic writings? 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero, and we'll be back. Let's go to Ken in Alabama. Hi, Ken. You're on Ground Zero.
I'm on Ground Zero, finally.
Hey.
Anyway, we was talking about, at least you was, about these werewolves and dog men and all of these type of things.
Yeah.
And I just got a couple of questions for you. Mm-hmm. That out of all of these things that these people saw, and seem to me they see them on a regular basis in different areas, I can't understand why all of the film that they take is always grainy or you can't hardly see it.
Well, why don't you take a look at the huge animal that was gunned down or run over by a truck in Denton, Montana, and tell me that thing didn't look like a huge, huge animal that many people consider to be either a dire wolf or a werewolf. And what it was is every scientist that looked at it was baffled by what they saw. And then when the Fish and Game got over it, it's just a long-haired wolf. It was huge. I'd never seen anything like it. It was probably they can downplay anything. And, I don't know if you'd be able to catch a skinwalker, but they certainly have tried to shoot at them on Indian sites, Native American reservations. So, some of it is grainy. And if it's grainy, maybe it's a hoax. I mean, people will try and hoax things all the time. But there have been also these wild-looking animals that they call chupacabras. And there were many times when I would say that the chupacabra was certainly a wild dog rather than what they said he was, like some dinosaur or some alien creature. They always want to call it an alien creature. They want to call a skinwalker an alien. They want to call a chupacabra an alien. It's not. These are animals. These are animals that have not been tested or found. As far as a werewolf is concerned, we have to look at the psychology and physiology of the combined animal instinct of a human with regard to that, rather than just trying to think of it on a Lon Chaney level.
Yeah, and another thing, all of these sites near army bases and all of that stuff, I've never heard one say, even in the books they write, that they got cast footprints of these animals being on particular land. And if they can find dinosaur bones from 1 million years ago, and some of these things can't live forever, they got to have some remains somewhere that nobody ever...
when you're looking at remains, it depends on what you're looking for. If nobody's going to go out, nobody's going to set out looking for the remains of a werewolf. I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. Why? Well, because werewolves are allegedly legends and they're not real. And when you find a werewolf, I mean, it's going to be a huge animal. It's going to be a huge animal. There's not going to be anything that would indicate that it's male. And even then, we don't even know what a werewolf is. We have nothing to compare it to, only the fact that people have seen these large creatures. And they've always been a part of ancient Christian lore for some time, also associated with Satanism. So if you're looking for it becoming a partial physical and supernatural being, there's going to be a lot of science that has to come out and try to identify this. You're not going to go out seeking a werewolf. You're going to go out seeking a carnivore or a predator or something else that is going to be there. And from there, if they find some anomaly, they can say, ooh, there was an anomaly here that we saw that doesn't necessarily match what is conventional. When they found the Yeti, in the Himalayas. They found out that it was an unconventional extinct hybrid of a bear and some other creature. And so they were saying, this is the Yeti. They weren't setting out to find the Yeti. They were setting out to find out what these bones were, and they found that it was something else entirely. But they said that this was the Yeti.
And another thing is, they always seem to, after they see them, they only see them for a few seconds, and they seem to disappear entirely, foot tracks and all.
Not necessarily. No, not all cases. No, not all cases, Ken.
Oh, yeah?
You need to read Linda Goffrey's books. They don't just disappear entirely. That doesn't happen all the time either. They've caught them. They've caught some wild dogs. They've called them the chupacabra. They've called them many things. You've seen them on the news. They've been there. But you're not going to call them a werewolf or anything else. They could be something totally different if science comes in and cleans it up. But, it still doesn't take away the idea that there are things out there that are scary, hunched over, and are wolf-like. We'll be back.
FM News 101 KXL.
I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero. I just got sent something that's made me feel a little uneasy. And let's see if I can go back to it here. I received an email, but I always, get a little, cautious when I receive emails like this. And I showed it to my producer, Andy, and it's, oh my God, it is disturbing. Someone sent a picture. They said they didn't want to be named. It purports to show a dead werewolf. It's certainly, whatever it is dead. And whatever it is, it certainly looks like a dead werewolf. It also looks like, excuse me, it looks like it's was in the midst of transforming or something. I don't know. This reminds me of a story that I remember about, what was it, a few years ago. Remember the Montauk Monster? Anybody remember the Montauk Monster? Well, there was a Montauk story about a monster that was found. I don't know if you remember. I did a show about Stranger Things, and I think it was called the Montauk Story, which I talked about a number of things about the Montauk incident and Plum Island incident, where strange happenings going on. About there was a guy actually. First, they found the monster on the beaches there near Montauk. And, this is where the Department of Energy was talking about how there are a lot of strange things that have happened in the past. And there was a shadow world that apparently has been opened up at the portals and everything. And that the Montauk Monster then all of a sudden shows up. And it's an unidentified creature washed ashore. It was dead and bloated. And some say it was like, I don't know. They just said it looked very much like a dog with a large saber front tooth that resembled a beak. And there was actually another story where police in New York reported that a security guard was discovered partially decomposed. They said his body had mutated, and it was found on the island's southwest beach near where the access is restricted there at Montauk Island. Now, an autopsy found no immediate cause of death, but the body was floating in the water there near the beach area. No immediate cause of death. Body was a black man, about 6 feet tall, large build, and very, very long fingers and fingernails. And they said the fingernails looked like they were claws, and the body, what was left of it, was powerfully built, and the man's teeth seemed to protrude from his upper maxilla, with what was reported to be receding gums showing his large canine fangs. Now, there was no picture of that body anywhere to be found, but now, on my Facebook page, I have a picture of something that is terrifying here. Oh my God. Now I've just been logged. Oh my God, I just got blocked out of Facebook. What the hell? Hold on, let's see if I can get back in. Okay, let's log in. Oh my God. So I posted this picture of whatever this may be, this animal, this carcass, this whatever it is, and now I've been blocked out of Facebook. What the hell? And now I can't describe it. Well, I can describe it from my mind's eye. It looks like the carcass of a wolf. It looks like this huge wolf that is laying in the water, and the body is. Please try closing and reopening your browser window. Okay, let's do that. Okay, I'm back. Good. All right, so I'm back in. I thought, geez, post something that scary and it blocks you. Okay, let's go back to it. See if there's any comments now about this creature we posted. Oh my God, yeah. Okay. Looks like a bobcat. Okay. It doesn't look like a bobcat to me. It looks, if anything, it'd be a bear, right? But no, somebody said it looks like a bobcat. It's just creepy. 888-673-3700. Let's go to Randy in Texas. Hi, Randy. You're on Ground Zero.
Hi, Clyde. Pleasure to speak with you. Faithful listener, second-time caller.
Thank you.
This is such topics tonight, and I originally called because I was actually married in 1999. Revealed to me that she stated she was a werewolf. She had kind of a heavy brow line, kind of Neanderthal appearance. If you really observe closely, she wasn't by any means ugly or dog-like as far as their facial features, but she had a receding chin. One night we were watching a movie, a werewolf movie. I think it was Michael J. Fox, some kind of a funny
Teen Wolf.
vehicle.
Teen Wolf, yeah.
And she said, you know, I'm a werewolf. And I thought, oh, yeah, right, okay, that's funny. And she said, no, I'm serious. She actually turned the TV off and told me and convinced me that she was a werewolf. She had werewolf tendencies. She would actually...
Okay, so werewolf tendencies. Tell me about how a woman that you were with had werewolf tendencies.
She was, first of all, from Dubuque, Iowa. She was Catholic. I heard you comment on that. But she would howl and on she would get highly agitated during a full moon. No one could really approach her or speak to her reasonably. She was just hostile. One particular full moon, it was during the day of the night of the full moon. She became angry with me, and she said, I'm going to make sure you suffer, and had a growling effect to her voice. This literally, it scared me. She said, I will make you suffer, and it was very convincing. 2 months later, March 30th of 1999, I had a very strange accident that should have, by all means, killed me. Today I'm left with a severe spinal cord injury. My right leg is paralyzed. I have movement and some sensation in my left foot. This is from the accident. My entire chest was crushed because of a golf cart that landed on my chest in the accident. And my entire chest was crushed, both lungs punctured. I had hemopneumothorax, blood in my lungs and air escaping from my lungs through the chest punctures and the holes in my chest wall. To make a long story short, I believe, to this day, I did not believe her prior to that. But I am very convinced of that. I respect Ken, your last caller, I believe, calling, and his curiosity, but yet didn't quite believe the report.
So what happened to this girlfriend?
Okay.
That you said claimed that she was a werewolf, and after your accident, she said that something would happen to you. You had your accident. So what happened to her after that?
When I was in heavy drug-induced state in the hospital, near a coma with tubes coming out everywhere of my body. She came to me, leaned down, and whispered in my ear, "Look what you've done now." And it terrified me. I was so scared, Clyde, that she threatened that if I left her and did not come back home after I got out of the hospital, if I lived, she would make sure I would die. I was so scared. I did return back to this woman. I can't tell you enough of the torture that I went through, being left at home on the floor on a mattress, unable to walk or access my medications or a telephone. The telephone from her house, from the house, and I had no communication. She cut me off entirely from my family. This went on for 2 years, Clyde. I was a prisoner in my own home because of this woman. And I'm sorry, this is very difficult. Actually, it's a full moon now. It brings back a lot of memories and the trauma. In fact, right now I'm in so much pain. It's difficult to talk. But in my mind, this is real. For anybody that doubts it, I also have a Native American background. I know people at the Creek in Henrietta, Oklahoma, and some elders of the tribe, and some of the true stories that have gone back years and years, actually probably centuries, with the Creek Nation about werewolf sightings and such. They call them, I can't recall the Indian name for Wolfman, but I believe my wife was born, like I say, was in Keokuk, Iowa. I heard the Mark Twain, Samuel Clemens story, all that. And there was Native American burial grounds there. And she was a Catholic. Like I say, I wish nothing against Catholics, but it's also relative.
So she's nowhere around now to harm you, correct?
To my knowledge, I believe she is still in Iowa. She went back to Iowa after we divorced. I eventually did get out of the situation, came to my senses, and got enough courage, and had a friend actually help me.
Did she ever in your relationship shapeshift? Did she ever give you?
Yeah, I know that during intimacy,
during sex.
To me, she would appear to be having dog-like features, and she would begin growling and actually howl during
sex.
I'm sorry, the climax.
Yeah, exactly. And so
she was, yes, and it's very. Well, at the time, it was sort of intriguing and erotic before my accident.
But then it got serious. You realized that she did have some sort of a demonic quality to her. She shifted into an animal during sex.
Well, I would appear, yes.
Oh my God. No. Well, Randy, I'm glad you're doing fine now, better considering, and I hope you never see her again. If she certainly is a shape-shifting wolf.
I regret the fact that my stepson that I was with since he was 2 months old with that one until he was 10, that I had to leave that boy with that one. It tears my heart as if he was my own child. This woman is somewhere in Iowa, married to someone else, and I found out later after divorcing her that her children, 3 of them were by separate men. One of them was her own son that she told me, and she told the other 2 sons of hers, my stepsons, that that was her Uncle David.
Oh my God! So there's a lot of incestuous.
It was her son.
A lot of incestuous. Oh, this is just a terrible story, yeah. Randy, I'm out of time. Thank you for sharing your story. No. Thank you. That went away quick. Sorry. That's probably one of the strangest stories I've ever heard about werewolves. I heard one that was even worse before from a woman who lives here in Portland. She's listening. She knows who she is. Called the program before about a werewolf story where her brother was affected.
This is Ground Zero with Clyde Lewis on FM News 101.
Sometimes it's so hilarious when you post something on Facebook, and I just wrote, okay, someone sent me this, how creepy. And people are like, they get on there and they say something like it looks like Nancy Pelosi, or they say this looks like it's photoshopped. I didn't say either way if this is a werewolf. I said it looks like something that would be like a werewolf, because I'm talking about werewolves tonight. I'm talking about strange things tonight. And so I just find it interesting that whatever this thing is on my Facebook page is getting people all riled up. They just don't like hearing about strange things, finding strange things. It's a hideous picture, by the way. It's a hideous picture. And I'm sorry I have to post it. I'm Clyde Lewis, and this is Ground Zero. The numbers to call tonight, 888-673-3700. There's 888-673-3700. I wanted to, and I talk about werewolves and crazy reports, and some people, it's outrageous. I don't mean to say that people are crazy when they report these things. They just certainly are eye-opening with regard to some of the more paranormal things we have going on in the world. And in summary tonight, I know that the show has flown by quickly because of all the stories and Linda Godfrey and and other things. And by the way, I'm opening the lines tonight if you want to give your experiences or even give your beliefs or even talking about the blood moon, if you saw it, especially the wolf moon. And, of course, werewolves are only part of the story, because when you're looking at the blood moon and the significance of what this blood moon means, we've seen blood moons come and go, and each time a blood moon arrives, there's always a significant prophecy that goes with it. I remember back 2003, there was the reports of what is known as the tetrad moons. And these tetrad moons, which were the 4 blood moons, fell on Jewish holidays. And, of course, last night was no exception. And of course, one of the more significant tetrad blood moon sequences probably won't happen until 2032. We saw this is probably the longest and the most significant one last night, because we won't be seeing too many soon, even though eclipses like this happen all the time. It's just seeing them and where they appear affects the people who are there witnessing them. And usually when there's something like this happening, when the moon turns to blood, there's always predictions of a world shakeup so devastating that the financial world will see some hardship, and people also see prices soar and bank accounts will be diminished. There are also earthquakes in various areas, which, by the way, tonight there was a huge, devastating earthquake again in Indonesia. And I got reports of that just a while ago, that, of course, Indonesia was struck by an earthquake earlier. I'm sure there'll be more shakeups and shakings for days after this blood moon is seen. But once again, we bring up the shakeups, the devastating shakeups, the financial shakeups, the world shakeups, hardships. People see prices soar. People see food diminish in scarcity. A blood moon is a sign of scarcity. And that's something that I think if you were to add up all of the possible eschatological things that lead to the eschaton. I've talked about the world ending. I have a podcast called This Is How the World Ends. And there are many signs and symbols that will lead you to understand that when you see the pieces fitting into place from divergent realms and with many different players, you realize that the gears and levers of history have been moved and adjusted, and a large-scale game of cognitive dissonance plays against your cognitive bias. And so the real nightmare scenarios are usually muted by psychics and astrologers. They don't want to have you take on a dismal attitude, but there are just too many heavenly disruptions that certainly affect what I call real human currency. It affects ownership of land. It affects fighting over lands, bombings, death, war, assets shifting hands, a game with very real winners and losers. There's a real struggle of life and death as we spark over who has ownership of various areas of the earth. And there is also a plague, famine, food riot possibility in the near future after this moon, red moon, appears. And I think it's very important that we realize this, because when you see what some of the warnings are in the world, and you see how this is regard to prophecy, I know that the supernatural stuff we talk about, you can either take or leave. But if we look back in history, we look at some of the events that happened, we look at some of the moves that take place during these eclipses, these lunar eclipses. I mean, if you go to the Talmud, you realize that, and many of these red blood moons affect a lot of Jewish belief. And you go to the Talmud, and it teaches that lunar eclipses are negative omens for Israel. And the solar eclipses are a negative omen for other nations as well. And we're talking about 70 nations. We're talking about the sevens. We're talking about the patterns. And when the moon is red, it's indicative of war and bloodshed. It's indicative of possible famine. It's indicative of a scarcity plague. Now, if you go into Hebrew astrology, the lunar eclipse is thought of an amplification device. It amplifies everything that we have been through before. It amplifies the power of cleansing. It amplifies the power of freedom. It amplifies many other things. And there's this overwhelming fear that all the signs dealing with this super blood moon, all the signs point to a time of upheaval. We're being urged to prepare. We're being urged to feed ourselves now before there's a time of famine, before there's a time of war, before there's a time of shakeup in government. And we will see if all this prophetic prose will come to pass. But think about this. Where we are right now with government shutdowns and other problems, where will we end up? Where will we end up after this blood moon? One of the biggest contradictions in biblical eschatology is that while God has said in various writings that we live in a world without end, there are those who see that the world will eventually meet its finality. And it's admittedly difficult to step outside of your self-destruct programming, which we are in right now, no doubt. And many people sense that the end times may be rapidly approaching, but we are contributing to it. Because all of these changes in the universe happen, and we can interpret them however we wish, but all changes are connected to galactic cycles. Galactic cycles are connected to planetary changes in orbits, and all things are demonstrating a propensity for returning to their natural order. Like the changing of the seasons comes the changing of the earth. We hear of the magnetic field thinning. We hear of it going further south. We're becoming more aware of it, and the reason is because we have so many people who want to make what is happening in the world today political. And that is why we now see that many political leaders have focused on a disaster, a future disaster, and fighting or using certain things like a wall or other things as political footballs. And as they're struggling and they're fighting amongst each other, the people are eventually going to suffer, and a food riot could happen if we do not change our capitalist, our disaster capitalist ideal. And after this type of signal, this sign, there will be most certainly talk more of a collapsing ecosystem. We'll be talking more about a mentally ill public, a militarized enforcing of policies that destroy human rights. And there will be money to be made off the suffering of others. And there are conversions to be made by implementing the rituals of end times philosophies. Change, in my opinion, is more than just some propaganda machine, some propagandist idea. It's all part of the organization of the cycles of the universe. It's part mystical. It's part scientific. It's all about the odds. And, we see ourselves do the same things countless times. I've told you, I said, there's this loop that I'm seeing. We're trapped in a bubble. And this loop continues, and somehow, somewhere, you or I or others we know or maybe people we don't know are going to have to feed the beast. And the elite agendas of sacrifice and death and all this selfishness, it's going to plunge the entire planet into a universal civil war. And the ignorant are the perfect victims to willingly begin the perfect Holocaust where history once again repeats itself. And since the day of the first effusion of blood, it has never ceased to flow and has never been shed in vain. Mankind has always believed in three things with an unconquerable faith: that the effusion of blood is necessary, that there's a manner of shedding blood which is purifying, and another mode which is condemnatory. History clearly attests to these truths. History gives us a narrative of cruel acts, bloody conquests, and the overthrow and destruction of governments, famous cities. We hear of atrocious murders committed, pure victims offered on blood-stained altars of brothers warring against brothers, rich oppressing the poor, and of fathers tyrannizing over their children until the earth appears to us like an immense sea of blood, which neither the piercing breath of the winds can dry up, nor the scorching rays of the sun can absorb. It's there's a book, and then I'll go to break. There's a book called The Cipher of Genesis. It's by Carlos Suarez. And there are notions in this book that don't sit well with people who insist that the path to salvation is through their church every week. Basically saying that it's all up to us. It's all up to us. Man's origin and purpose is different than always failing and always sinning and always trying to repent. See, because mankind has been on his knees for a long time. He needs to stand up, and we need to learn how the universe is made. We need to learn how our seed has always been somehow polluted. It's somehow been thrown into this coarse, brutal substance, and it's incapable at times. It appears to be incapable of reconditioning itself and understanding that we have to learn from the past. We have to learn from the past, and we have to learn the secrets, and we have to avoid the loop because it continues in a maelstrom and a vortex that can wind its way, dovetailing, spinning down to the realms of the abyss. So all this information I'm giving you not only is found with most of the things I've read regarding the zodiac, regarding horoscopes or stars and planets aligning or whatever, but it can also be found in the Bible. It also can be seen by those who are aware and those who are prepared and those who understand what it means to be prepared in times where we know that there's got to be a payoff or a payback. Now, if you don't think all the things that have been happening in the past 3 or 4 weeks since the government shutdown is not going to come back and bite you or bite someone, if you don't think that's going to happen, you're sadly mistaken. Something has got to give. Something is about to change. And that moon we saw last night is a symbol of what this is. The blood of the moon and the wolves at the gates of our government waiting to attack. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero, and we'll be back. Let's go to Derek in Massachusetts. Hi, Derek. You're on Ground Zero.
How's it going, Clyde? Great show.
Thank you.
Sorry to hear about your cat.
I know. I've never gotten upset about a cat in my life, and now this one's dead, and I'm really bummed.
Is the name Spike a reference to Buffy by any chance?
No. I think it has a lot to do with the gremlin Spike. So.
I had a little Buffy theory. The first season of Buffy, like the third or fourth episode,
right.
There's one where Xander and a group of bullies get locked in a zoo with hyenas, and they reference in the episode that there's different tribes that would try to channel or trap the entity, the essence of the animals into their bodies.
Oh wow, that's like a skinwalker, man. It's like getting taking in that. Yeah, I can understand that.
Exactly. So just one theory. It's as far as why somebody would get super strength out of nowhere. But I had a quick sighting. My boss, we're at work right now. I called for him a couple times during a UFO episode. I'm pretty sure he lives on a hut spot. It's right next to a reservation land or a conservation land that used to be a military shooting range during the Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
And he's the last house in the cul-de-sac, so his yard is right next to the woods. And I believe it's a portal. And one day this past summer, he was at a fire around duskish before the sun went down. And he turned his head and he saw this little 3 or 4 foot naked, hairy, feral child or little gremlin type thing that had it reminded me of what you're talking about tonight with the horse, because his hair, he had shaggy hair, but then his hair went back down his neck a little bit, like a horse mane almost, and he was kind of hunched over and he kind of galloped off. But then when they checked for footprints, there was no footprints. And I called before about the rivers or portal thing, and I just think it's interesting that Linda mentioned one story about the place in Ohio, Defiance, Ohio, was on a river, and then the guy who called from Oklahoma said that he saw his dog man on a riverbank, and then one of the other calls, an hour ago, mentioned a swamp, and I talked about the swamp marshland connection, where the marshland is where the different indigenous cultures believe the veil is thinnest because it's where the land meets the water.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that's interesting. Every time, a quick question for you. I've always been confused about the full moon idea because I could be wrong, but a full moon doesn't mean the moon is necessarily closest to us. It just means it's the sunlight is being reflected in a way where it illuminates the entire.
Well, this time it was closest to us. Every full moon doesn't mean the moon is closest to us, but this time it was close. That's why they called it a super moon. It's a super blood wolf moon is what they call it. It does affect people in many ways. I would suggest that we're going to be seeing the effects of whatever this moon has done to, it'll affect both America and Israel if we believe that these types of events create some apocalyptic activity. I'm not saying the end of the world. I'm just saying something that we would consider very shocking and very hard to adapt to. And that would include a food riot or something where people are fighting and stealing and committing crimes in order to eat.
I work at a supermarket. I'm from Boston, and we just had the snowstorm this past weekend.
Yeah.
And just as soon as the news mentions any type of flurries or anything, the supermarkets are absolutely mobbed. So any kind of food scarcity or any kind of hiccup with our financial system, or literally it could be anything, would cause the stores to just be completely looted.
Well, and that's why I've said, if you want to get that deal that I'm offering for $75 for 2 weeks of food you can have available, like for snowstorms like this, it's always good to go to our website where we actually have My Patriot Supply, and they have some good stuff there, My Patriot Supply, that you can use that always help out. And people always say, well, I don't need food for the apocalypse. Well, it's not what I'm selling. I'm not saying, you should have food for the apocalypse. I'm saying for things like, for things we have like, these disasters that, that happen where you're going to be stuck in your house. If you're snowed in and you can't get food, what are you going to eat? How are you going to eat? That's the question.
Oh, you're exactly right. There was no water at multiple stores in my town for a few days. This is before the snow even happened. This is like 2 days before the snow even happened. So as soon as the news announces any kind of bump in your regular routine, that's when everything hits the fan.
That's true.
Let's go though.
That's true. Hey, and by the way, if you want to get yourself that supply that we're asking for, or you want to get, and you'd help, and you worry about things like being snowed in or something like a food riot, you can go to My Patriot Supply. It's preparewithgroundzero.com. That's preparewithgroundzero.com. When there's no power, refrigeration fails, stores with their shelves stripped bare because of weather or other problems, it's good to have something in your house. If deliveries stop and you don't get food, you can get your 2-week supply for just $75 by going to preparewithgroundzero.com. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero. So the fangs are bare. The blood is awaiting to be shed after the appearance of the blood-red moon. I want to point something out right now. I mean, okay, we've gone full range from the folklore, the wolves in sheep's clothing, the sheep being taken and killed and slaughtered. But what happens when we realize that our souls are being beaten down? Because remember, you look at what this eclipse represents. It represents the eclipse of the soul. Just like the eclipse of the sun, the eclipse of the soul, the eclipse of releasing the evil into the world. And we look now, we see that there's a historic standoff right now between government and the governed. Not only is it happening here in the United States, but it's happening in France and it's happening in England. There's a state of sclerosis apparent in places like England, where Brexit is clearly being manipulated to deliver the right result. No actual Brexit is happening. They're trying to manipulate it to go to the right result. And meanwhile, as we here in America are fighting amongst each other because Trump really wants that wall. But no wall is being built except for a political wall that has gone up, blocking the popular choice. You realize this. As unpopular it may be with you, the popular choice, the majority choice is, yes, we need to protect the borders with a wall. So what happens when the idea of being democratic goes away? It won't take long to come up with the answer. What happens when the democratic process and the will of the people have nowhere to go? In the shadow of this wolf moon, the blood it represents and the blood that will be shed. The globalist class, as I see it, the globalist class doesn't seem to understand that all of this brinkmanship we're hearing about, all of this political gamesmanship, this social engineering, and this brutal repression is going to lead to some very, very bad things. Where the people, so fed up with what is going on, will rise up. JFK once said, he said, those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable. Now, I'm not calling all troops to go out and fight. What I'm saying is the war on sovereignty, the war on nationalism, the war on what would be considered the popular choice by the group of the resistance is not working. You realize today is Martin Luther King Day. And I guess I could mention this because of the fact that he was a man who was a shepherd of sorts. Martin Luther King Jr.'s pro-peace and anti-war stance would have made him an enemy to today's establishment, and he would have been censored. His Facebook would have been blocked. And the struggle for peace and the struggle for equality is living on, but it's so stifled with the idea and the assuming of others that everybody is racist and everybody is against one another. And for some reason, it just seems to cloud the spirit of what should be a shining moment and a shining thought process. But we are in the shadow of a blood-red moon. What the government tells us and what Martin Luther King did are two separate things. And all those who stand up against big government are now being brought down. Even those who claim that they're so, progressive and they love Dr. Martin Luther King don't even know what his message was. And quite frankly, don't care, because we certainly are against everything when Martin Luther King was certainly trying to bring people together. With a state that owes its very existence to the global world order. At least that's what we believe these others want, rather than having what needs to be. The use of violence, the use of bloodshed, the use of starving people and bringing about scarcity. I warned everybody about the scarcity that was going to be brought about. And it's being brought about now, and they're using the wall as a political football for scarcity. This is the problem. And I don't think anybody cares about it. I don't think anybody even realizes it. I mean, look, snowstorms all over the country right now. And that's going to bring about scarcity if we can't get the trucks rolling to bring food to the stores. We're going to see scarcity with the government shutdown. We may not be able to see TSA agents standing and bringing people to the Super Bowl. It's gotta be, we have to have the government open before the Super Bowl. We can't let people be stranded at the airports without someone to frisk them. So hopefully this will all be over before the Super Bowl. If not, then I don't think that we'll be seeing too many TSA helping people get into Georgia. Because this is how America is. So I'm not going to tell you that this is the end of the world. I'm not going to tell you that everything I'm saying is going to come true. But I want you to think a bit about what is happening. I want you to think a bit about what may be happening and what may happen after this blood moon's over. I mean, it's over now, but we'll have repercussions, I'm sure, for days. And we may see some very, very different changes. And I don't know if anybody's going to come back and say, hey, Clyde, we saw the changes and you told us about them. I don't know if that happens. Because I know people, werewolves. Come on, really? Yes, werewolves. They don't have to be Lon Chaney, shape-shifting, furry guys. They can be people sitting in the auspices of government. They're all sharpening their smiles, and they're all looking at each other, just delighted with themselves as they make money off of you and me and leave us to the point of scarcity. This is the future. Because no one is willing to give. No one is willing to compromise. There is no congruency, and I don't know if anybody understands this. We're too busy fighting over ideologies, and we're not thinking about what symbolism and outcome will be. And if I sound passionate, it's because I am. If I sound angry, I just might be. But I hope you're motivated. And I hope you can share with me your thoughts as we close out this hour. So I'm opening the phones again. This time you can open up and talk about what I've been talking about in the last 40 minutes, 30 minutes. I would love to hear your opinion on this and what you think will happen after this blood moon. If you think anything is going to happen and what you think might happen, if we're going to see any changes in the near future, a few days, maybe a week, maybe a month, I don't know. I'd love to hear from you. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. Back with more Ground Zero. Don't go away.
FM News 101 KXL.
Hey guys, it's Clyde, and I'm excited to tell you about Youngevity, a supplement company that I've been associated with since 2016. After 1 year, I lost 140 pounds and felt so much more energetic. Since 1997, Youngevity has had one objective: to enhance the lives of people through lively health and wealth. Dr. Joel Wallach and Youngevity have pioneered the mineral supplement market, spreading the 90 for life message throughout the world. Over the years, continued development and innovation has established Youngevity as one of the most successful companies in the health supplement market. If you'd like to feel healthier, look better, you can go to our special website, www.groundzeroforlife.com. That's www.groundzeroforlife.com, or talk to one of our health specialists by calling 877-877-4202. That's 877-877-4202.
More with Clyde Lewis on FM News 101.
888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. When I look at what is happening with the country, and I've always asked this question, and I ask it many times, and that is it all madness or is it a possession of some kind? Are we possessed? What causes us to not help or agree? Why is it that we're reactionary? Why are we giving in to the outrage? You know, the whole talk this weekend was this Native American and these young kids, this video that I saw. And I was shaking my head going, you've got to be kidding me. This is news. And then, of course, when they finally realized that there was more to it than just a Native American veteran standing in front of a bunch of kids, and how the kids were not taunting the Native American, but they were taunting some other guys. And it just, look, this type of madness, this type of whatever it may be, seems to permeate when we have changes in the heavens, when we have changes that point to the idea that we're heading down a road to ruin. And I think tonight, more than anything, I want you to consider, I want you to be considering the moon. I want you to consider the signs. I want you to consider how phases may or may not affect human behavior, and how, you know, we discussed the idea of the supernatural, the preternatural. We discussed the full moon and how more crimes and violence and accidents are reported. Hospital emergency rooms are said to be full up during the full moon. Now, I know a lot of people probably claim that it's an old wives' tale. But the moon affects the tides, which is mostly salt water. We just had an earthquake tonight. I was just looking it over right here in RT, actually. And see, where's that at? Right here. RT, 6.4 earthquake strikes south of Indonesia's island of Sumbawa. And that's what the USGS is saying. So once again, we may be seeing earthquakes happening in the Ring of Fire again and wondering if we're prepared for this. You know, it's anyone's guess. I mean, look, people, you were telling me, oh, I don't need to prepare for the apocalypse because why would I want food for that? That's not the point. The point is an earthquake. The point is a storm. The point is something that will keep us in a fit of scarcity. A lot of people say that if we have seawater being affected by the tides, and since our blood is made mostly of seawater, it stands to reason perhaps we're affected by the moon. It's moonstruck. It's lunacy. It's this werewolf type of feeling. And I know that there are a lot of scientists that say, oh, that's purely speculation, and that there's no proof that this happens. But the werewolf is a symbol. The werewolf is an object lesson in behavior and how we can go from being passive to being ravenous to being careless, being monsters. Being a monster means you're just not pretending anymore. You stop pretending and you just don't care. You're apathetic. You're not empathetic. You're not sympathetic. You're becoming slowly a monster. Nothing supernatural, preternatural about it. And at times, when we talk about these unnatural presences, we talk about the unnatural, meaning the unnatural possession with some demonic plague or cancer or malignancy, where everybody who has written me, and tonight we had this in the beginning of the first hour, I've been having dreams, Clyde. I'm dreaming that something's about to happen, Clyde. I'm dreaming that some world event is going to happen and we're all going to have to pitch together. Do you know what happened last week? Last week, the algorithms on Facebook, the algorithms on YouTube were reading people's entries and conversations. And what did the algorithm produce? The algorithm recommended that everybody on YouTube watch the segment where the planes went into the buildings on 9/11. Now, why, out of so many years, why out of all these years, did the algorithm start wanting to push this video onto the watching, the viewing audience on YouTube? Why was it being pushed on Instagram? The algorithms were pushing people to see that video again. Now, why? Some say it's because people were typing in 11919 and that 9/11, 9/11, 9/11 prompted it. Or maybe it's because we are all feeling a little bit paranoid about the future. But you see, in early civilizations, they believed and shared their world, and it all happened to come together with what was out there in the sky. Now we have algorithms, and we have all these ways of communicating with one another. But you know what? We started to see the deterioration of mentality, the beastly nature of mankind, the anger of humans turning into beasts. And we have this documentation in all the church records, in all the past histories of mankind becoming beastly when faced with famine and scarcity. And that is what a red moon represents. The wolf moon turning to blood. Whatever you may think this means, whatever symbology you want to hold to it, I am certain we will see the repercussions from whatever this is in many days to come. I ask that you be prepared. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero. Good night.